everyone, welcome to PMPL South Asia Spring 2023. My name is Shadow and alongside me is going to be Blotter and Blotter, day number 5 of week number 2. Today it is going to be a fight for the top 12 because only top 12 are going to get the chance to play the 6th map today. That is going to be Vikendi, the bonus match. So the race for being in top 12 is going to be so intense because few of the big teams are still out of the safe zone. What do you think? DEADEYES, the teams in the bottom, can they make it? But first of all, how are you doing, man?
Well, I am definitely elated with this fact that we are at the last day of week 2, which clearly does, bring the storyline that much more into a thicker groove when it comes to the way PMPL SA is going on forward. But at the same point in time, today we are looking at the final day for week 2, which implies that teams that were sitting on the lower half of the leaderboard, they're not going to be having a good day because, of course, they need to have a lot of, they will have a lot of pressure onto themselves. But at the same time, of course, Shadow, let's also talk about the overall schedule, where indeed right now we are participating with week 2's performance. And then we'll have one more week that is going to be the league stage, before which we do need to understand if at all there'll be a change on that lower half of the leaderboard. But from that, of course, we move on to the bonus points, which again Shadow was talking about, so very critical.
Well, the bonus points and only top 12 teams will get the chance to play the bonus match of Vikendi, but weekly bonus points are awarded for each week for weekly ranking. League bonus points are awarded for the league stage, and in the league place, we have the point structure where the first place is going to get 10 points, second is going to get 6 points, third is going to get 5 points, and it keeps on reducing, but the entire focus is towards the elimination points because for every elimination, we get 1 point, and with the decrease in the chicken dinner placement points, well, you have to focus on the elimination point that the players of Stalwart Esports are doing phenomenally. Highest elimination, 100 eliminations, sitting on the second spot, but this time it is Nepali region on the top, T2K Esports with 143 points.
And absolutely, as we move on down the list, of course, we do have DEADEYES guys jumping on to the 10th position right here, where, of course, compare DEADEYES guys' performance from week 1, this is looking really good. But moving on to the second page, this is where on the lower half of the leaderboard, Bad Intentions, again, a tough week for them. Intention X Esports had a good momentum that worked out for them on day 4, but then eventually, day 3 rather, but eventually that's been nullified altogether itself as we reach day number 5. Along with that, Abrupt Slayers, also another team that in week 1 will have been sensational, but in week 2, it is a completely different affair from them.
Certainly, but in the bonus ranking, because of the previous week rankings, for MV, they have got the highest points because they won the top with 20 points to their name. Stalwart Esports, again, this week also being so very consistent. Last time they got 19 bonus points for week 1. DRS, well, they got 18 points. Every single team is getting something out of it. T2K, well, at least if you're in top 10, at least you're getting 11 extra bonus points. But if you're sitting at the bottom, like the players of Bad Intention with only 1 bonus point to their name, and this week is also not looking good for the players of Bad Intention. But on the other side, DEADEYES guys, well, they are sitting comfortably, I think, on the 10th spot, so maybe this time they can hope that they can get more bonus points as compared to 2 points of the previous week.
Absolutely, and of course today, as you mentioned, we are going to be looking at the first 5 games for sure, but after that the Vikendi map. Now the Vikendi map, of course, is going to make things very interesting, of course, because this is the second time that we are going to be casting Vikendi right here at PMPL South Asia. Alongside that, let's also talk about a team that has absolutely illuminated the entirety of week 2, which is going to be I8 crew themselves, because in one particular day, that is yesterday, of course, they got 3 back-to-back chicken dinners. That is not going to be an easy feat for anybody to be able to overcome. But again, they delivered it in style. And of course, for that, we've got Sky, Viper, Woofers, along with Novax to thank.
Certainly, I8, well, a hat-trick was coming from their side as compared to week 1 performance. Well, I8, they are doing phenomenally much better in week number 2. The way they have taken this entire week, especially the day number 4 by a storm, 3 back-to-back chicken dinners from their side with double-digit finish points, 12, 8, 13 and 8 finish points from their side. So yes, I8 are looking so very strong. And if this continues in week number 3, this week we have T2K on the top, maybe in the coming week, or maybe if the consistency or 3 hat-tricks again come from the side of I8, maybe we can see the players of I8 sitting on the top in the overall ranking.
Absolutely, and of course this is where we have the players of I8 to talk about, of course, being showcasing that perfect exhilarating performance that they've had on day number 3, and for which Novax along with Sky, Viper and Woofers, this is something that, Shadow, you've mentioned time and time again. The synergy from these lads is absolutely on point. It's just that they were missing from the action in week 1, but in week 2 they have definitely delivered it in style. but can they keep on doing so today as well is going to be the most important question.
Well, certainly, I hope they continue the same momentum on the very last day of week number 2, because this entire week, they were showcasing good performance. The synergy, the communication between all the 4 players was on point. The way they were engaging in 4v4 fight. At the same time, the rotations that were coming from the side of I8, smart rotations from the side of IGL, the way they were predicting the zone, reading the zone, that was also phenomenal, because every single time I8 players, even in the final circle, they had a good position for themselves with all the 4 players alive. So yes, even the IGL is also doing a good job.
Indeed, and as we move on away from there towards another 2 teams to talk about that are going to be leading the charge right now, it is going to be T2K and Stalwart Esports. Now, of course, the points that you're looking at right there are going to be the league points. That is combination of week 1 and week 2 performances and matches that these 2 teams have played. There is a stark difference, but at the same point in time, let's not forget that when it comes to week 2, it is T2K who are actually leading the charge. 3 points away is going to be Stalwart Esports sitting on the second, and that is once again clarification for week 2's over ranking itself. So again, these 2, there's quite a lot of competition going on between them in week 2. Let's see if it all today will be the same, or perhaps Stalwart Esports is going to be able to reclaim their throne, so to say.
At the same time, yesterday Blotter Stalwart Esports, they were taken out pretty early in the game. The way they were choking in the 4v4 fight, this was something very shocking that was coming from their side, because Stalwart Esports is one of the team that have very high synergy, very aggressive lineup, very experienced players, so we expect big things from their side. But yesterday, at least in the initial 3 games, Stalwart Esports were taken out at the 16th or the 15th spot. So I hope Stalwart Esports, they have recovered, because by the end of the last game, they were engaging in good fights that delivered high fragging game as well. But I hope on the very last day, Stalwart Esports replicate the same dominating performance.
Indeed, I would love to be able to see that, and that is something that, of course, we'll have to keep our fingers crossed for, because as of now, we have no idea how exactly the day is going to be progressing on along. At the same point of time, now another team that I want to bring up actually in terms of the conversation is going to be Venom DE. In week 1, I would say Venom DE had a better week 1 compared to week 2.
Right now, they're sitting on the 14th spot with a total of 70 points. But the problem is the placement points. This week, Venom DE, they're getting elimination pretty early in the game. But looking at the overall schedule, we are starting things off with Miramar. Then we have Erangel. Then again Miramar. Then Sanhok. Then Erangel. And then the bonus match where only top 12 teams will get a chance to play in the Vikendi. So yes, we have double Erangel this time, double Miramar and a Sanhok to earn those elimination points. So this is the schedule for the last day of week number 2.
Absolutely, and along with that, right now we know that it is going to be Group E that is going to be setting out. So that, of course, implies that Group A, B, C, and D are going to be participating, from which you need to choose a team, Shadow, for the first game. Which team is it going to be that shall get this chicken dinner?
Okay, I'll go with High Voltage. Yeah, High Voltage, they are playing this one because last time, yesterday, the way they were playing in the very last game, in fact, not just the last game, High Voltage was showing signs of some good aggression from this side. The way they were picking 4v4 fights, yes, High Voltage can get this one. So my prediction is going to be High Voltage.
All right, High Voltage coming in from your side, and then from my side, it is going to be the lads of 4MV. Maybe this is going to be the day where they shall rise up to the occasion and meet Stalwart around in the corner of the first or the second position. But for now, let's move away from that prediction towards the actual literal thing that's happening on the map, where of course we've got the flight path that's going to be majorly focusing itself towards the southern side of the entirety of the map itself, which does leave out Torremo, the Camp Militar. These are places that we've like Obraria, these are places that we've seen the teams like Skylights Gaming, Mavitex, they go all the way up there. So this time around, it is going to be a different strategy perhaps from their side. Let's find out where else are they going to be jumping down to, or maybe, just maybe, we're going to be looking at a contestation in terms of the drop location itself.
There is a possibility, because yesterday we were witnessing so many drop collisions, especially in the map of Sanhok. Even in the map of Miramar, we saw good drop collisions between the players of I8 and NB Esports. But I8, well, they avoided the drop collision by not engaging in a fight with the players of NB Esports. That was a smart move coming from their side. But let's see, because for now, so many teams are gliding from over the city of Los Leones. Venom D, again, towards the side of Puerto Peracio, that has been their home ground from a very long time. 4MV towards the side of Chumacera, but the circle this time is towards a bit of eastern side with Minas in the epicenter of the circle. So let's see how the rotations are going to come in, because all the teams that are heading towards the side of Helpos or Trailer Park, well, they have to go for an early rotation, early loot.
Absolutely. As we look towards the western side of the zone altogether, once again, we've got so many teams who've dropped towards that area. We've now yet to see and find out if at all an early first blood situation can be drawn between those teams that are still parachuting down towards their own drops. But at the same time, then it comes to Los Leones. We know there's a contestation going on for quite some time at Los Leones itself, where we've got the likes of Mabitex for now. Along with them, of course, we've got I8 as well. So it is going to be a tricky affair between not only those two, but there are other teams as well who are going to be at Los Leones. Will there be an early contestation? From what I expect for today, it is going to be a slow day, honestly. Brutally honest, I think every team realizes that week number 2 is reaching an end. This is day number 5. We've only got 5 more days in the league week itself before the grand finals begin. So 5 days of 4 matches is just not going to be enough, right? Every single day these teams are going to be provided with 4 matches to be able to play in the 5 days in the week number 3. But that's not enough. If you're sitting, like for example, Bad Intentions, if you're sitting all the way down south at 20th position with 24 points in week 2 itself, and overall also, things are not looking good for Bad Intentions because they've got 74 points. The team right above them is Elementrix with 133 points. So quite a stark difference being created right there. But moving away from Bad Intentions themselves towards a team like, for example, Elementrix or Miramar Esports, who are sitting on the 19th and 18th position respectively right now, they are going to have a tough week ahead if they want to be part of the grand finals, and along with that, of course, the bonus map as well. But for now, of course, we are still part of the final day of week 2. There's still a lot of changes that can be anticipated from these teams and the matches today itself. But overall, one question that I do have for you, Shadow, is do you believe or do you think that there is a possibility for a team like 4MV or perhaps even DRS for that matter to be able to climb up all the way to the top position for now, or rather for today?
Okay, in the overall ranking, 4MV, well, they are already sitting at the top, but this particular week, yes, there is a possibility, because 4MV, they are only 10-point deficit from the team sitting on the top, that is T2K. So 10 points, I think 4MV can easily recover, because they have got the skills and the caliber to dominate the lobby and get a winner chicken dinner, single good game, and they can topple over the plus of T2K and sit on the top. On the other side, DRS is not the most aggressive team in the lobby, but they are consistent. So if they are consistent in the 4 games which they have in their hands today, there is a possibility that they can topple over Stalwart Esports. But at the same time, they have to rely on the fact that other teams on the top tend to have bad games. If that is not happening, DRS might not be sitting on the top spot, but maybe they can come on the 3rd spot.
True. That is something I want to see from the side of the real soldiers from Nepal, but is it going to be provided in the lobby? Because again, one thing is certain, as you perfectly mentioned, it is an aggressive lobby, and a team like DRS, they are an aggressive bunch of lads, but at the same time, they're not always aggressive, like the likes of Stalwart Esports or 4MV for that matter, because this is their playstyle. STE and 4MV, they love to play that sort of an aggressive approach so that they create a little bit of fear in their opponents in the lobby. Whereas for DRS, they understand the lobby and then try and go around until unless it's absolutely necessary. That's when, of course, they do take on fights. They do end up converting into chicken dinners for that as well. But would love to see them sitting on the top 3 position. For now, they're sitting on the 6th, as you mentioned earlier. But again, that is all speculatory for now. As we are slowly moving ahead with this game, we are yet to see a first blood being drawn. As I was talking about it earlier as well, the teams have taken a snail's pace approach in this Miramar. So it is like Necro likes to call it at times, the podcast hour that's upon us. So apart from this, ASL for that matter, Shadow. Now ASL in week 1, they were looking pretty good, right? I mean, in day 1, day 2, they were not able to summarize as to what was going on in the lobby. But then slowly they got the grasp of it, and eventually, actually by the end of week 1, they got decent performance for themselves. But in week 2, all of that again has completely shattered away from them.
Abrupt Slayers in week number 1, they were able to perform in the map of Miramar, because Miramar, they always shined as compared to Erangel and Sanhok, because if I remember, they got close to 60 points in Miramar itself from the 92 points which they were having. But this time, like you mentioned, Erangel and Sanhok were not their strong points, but looks like the opponents have already read their strategy in the map of Miramar. The way they are picking the fights, they are not able to win it. The players are being picked off. So Abrupt Slayers, yes, this week everything is broken about this team. On the very last day, they can try and do a comeback, because right now Abrupt Slayers, they are not sitting in the top 12, and if that continues, if that bad performance continues in the remaining 4 games for them, well, this they have the bonus match. And with 57 points, high voltage with 79 points, the point difference is way too much. Abrupt Slayers really need multiple chicken dinners, if not multiple chicken dinners, consistent performance with good high fragging game. So yes, Abrupt Slayers have to do something, otherwise I don't see them in the bonus match today.
Indeed, absolutely. I mean, the way that they got those points in week one. I just opened up the Excel right here, and ASL in week one were able to accumulate 124 points, compared to week two, where they're sitting at 57 points as this day gets started. That itself is a stark difference in terms of the performance. And as you perfectly mentioned, perhaps it is the fact that ASL's gameplay has been read by the lobby, which in turn is pushing them away from accumulating those points as they easily were able to in week number one. And that too only a 3-day affair, because week number one, day one and two, ASL were pretty much nowhere. But the next 3 days, they just racked up those points like there's no tomorrow. Sadly, though, not the case in week number two. But apart from, of course, ASL itself, as we move on ahead and talk about other teams now, we spoke about Venom DE. Another team alongside Venom DE when it comes to week number two standing is Raw Officials. Both of these teams are sitting at 70 points. Raw Officials on the 13th, Venom DE on the 14th. So Raw Officials, again, there are signs of hope from them, because at times when they do end up taking those aggressive fights, they are able to mow down really big names as well in the lobby when they play it like a synergistic punch. But majority of the times, that is something that also keeps on missing from the gameplay from Raw Officials. Nevertheless, we'll see how today is going to be dictated for the side of that team. But looking at the zone itself, finally, now it seems like with this zone shrinking onto itself, all the teams forcing themselves into a small little corner of the area of the compound, we are going to be looking at some aggressive final moments in this game, which are about to start in a minute's time, because there isn't enough space for 64 players, 16 teams to share this small little zone right now.
Well, if there is not enough space, you have to create the space and you have to eliminate the teams. And that is exactly what's going to happen right now, because all the cluster of teams that are rotating from the northern front. Look at that. There are the players of DRS, Stalwart Esports, NB Esports, Seal, Skylights Gaming. All the aggressive teams are coming from the northern side. That means there is going to be not just one, multiple third parties in this scenario right now. The players of D Venom, well, they have to be very cautious, because they are making the rotations nearby the proximity of Maptex Esports. But for NB Apex, well, with that mini tap shots, he takes down one player from the side of Raw Officials. Let's see if he can get the confirmation point and the first blood as well, because the first knock has already been drawn. Venom DE, they have to be a bit cautious. I think they do have a vague idea that the players of Maptex Esports could be there. Otherwise, this could result in the demise of at least one player if Maptex Esports chimes in and rush towards the side of Krita, because Krita is all by himself. His teammates are a bit too far away from him to provide the necessary cover fire and save him in case all the players of Maptex Esports rush toward him. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. But on the other side, we have the players of High Voltage having the control of the height angle and trying to pepper few bullets onto the players of NB Esports, who are trying to make the rotation and are at the mercy of the blue.
Indeed, again, I mean, for now, they were able to take on those shots, but sadly, no knocks were converted from that. At the same point in time, the previous fight that we were kind of looking at, Venom DE against Mavitex, I did like the approach that Venom DE had, because if you look at the players from Venom DE in the mini-map, the green dots that we are looking at, they're scattered. Yes, of course, all the pressure point falls on to Kreta right now as to how exactly is he going to be able to, stop Maptex from moving around. But at the same point in time, Tommy on one side, along with that, his teammate on the other, are creating a perfect cover fire as well as a flank angle against Maptex, who are stuck in this small little compound. So if Mavitex gets attacked from all three different directions simultaneously based on the communication that Venom DE have, then things can go very, very wrong for the side of this team. At the same point of time, we've got another fight that was brewing along where High Voltage apparently was punished from the side of Stalwart Esports.
Certainly, Stalwart Esports high voltage, but right now it is Kurita with a grenade trying to find a knock, an opening onto the plus of Maptex Esports, but looks like Maptex Esports, they are not in a mood to engage any sort of fight at this point, especially when they are not in the safety net of the circle. The vehicles were ready, and Maptex Esports, well, they are trying to make a quick escape from the situation, but Relly is going to deny that as he takes Valley over there down, and now Valley is bleeding, and at the same time, Relly is going to find a knock onto Barrett as well. So Maptex Esports, things are not looking good for them at all. On the other side, as we were talking about the plus of Abrupt Slayers, looks like they are also going down through the hands of 4MV. Multiple fights have begun, and 4MV, well, they are dominating. Maptex Esports, they are suffering, and Venom DE, they're hunting for Kese right now.
Oh, they're trying their level best, of course, with the DPS in Tommy's hand. This is going to be only a matter of seconds before Kese goes down. Of course, he tries to run away by closing the door. That's not going to be able to do much, mate, because you're all by your lonesome. You're not going to be able to take on this DPS by yourself, and just like that, you will be eliminated. With that, FTX is down to your 2 man. Got to make that one. It seems like Leo will be brought down right there. Ooh, just a sliver of HP remaining. Relay's pressure point right there from Scarlet was so immaculate and pristine, but sadly just a sliver of HP is going to be leading Leo away from this area. But for Baron, that is not going to be the case, because Leo himself is not going to be able to give a cover fire to Baron all by himself. So Baron, it is time to start counting them seconds down, mate, because it seems like Maptex Esports, again, another team that we can very well compare to Venom DE. And it's interesting how Venom DE, as well as Maptex, when this day started off, was sitting at 70 points right next to each other, as we spoke about it. And these are the teams that are actually taking shots against each other as well. And hold on, this seems like Baron is going to be able to retaliate against Relay. Hold on, do they even know where Baron is? It seems like they have absolutely no idea what's going on with Baron. At the same time, on the other side of the map altogether itself, we've got Stalwart Esports taking shots against 4MV, and we've got Seal Esports against the players of DRS and DE and ASL again. I mean, ASL, they got stuck in a very difficult position right there, because I saw them in the kill feed time and time again being part of DE, DRS shooting onto them, and eventually, again, it seems ASL on day number 5 of week 2 are also looking at a sad turn of events right here, because they have been eliminated, the first team to get eliminated. But at the same time, we again are going to be moving back to this fight where, of course, Venom DE are slowly but surely looking forward to eliminate the possibility of Maptex's 2-player moving away in this game and walking away with even a single point.
Well, certainly, Abrupt Slayers, again, a very bad start coming from their side. On the other side, 4MV, 2 defeat points already in their favor, but looks like Stalwart Esports spotted on East somewhere out there in the open, and now East is bleeding. Let's see if the plus of 4MV can go for the rescue mission onto the fallen teammate, but we have Seal Esports also having information about the plus of DRS. Yes, DRS, they do have a good compound. Gyante can be the cheeky one with having that flank angle, so Seal Esports needs to be a bit cautious, but from backlines, Baron is going to take down Ryuk and complete the revenge that he was looking for since a very long time. And Maptex Esports, well, they have managed to dwindle down the numbers of NMD as well. And Leo with the grenade is looking for one more knock. Can he do so? Can he find that opening? And the answer is no, because the vehicles of NMD are going to save them. But Domi has suffered a bit of the damage, but not enough to take him down. Not significant damage, but Leo with a Leo 45 up close from the window angle, trying to take the plus. But no, 1v3 is way too much to deal with. And with that, Leo will bid bye-bye. And Baron is all by himself, all by his lonesome. A 1v3 situation for him, but Venom D, do they know? No, they don't know where exactly Baron is. And with that vehicle, he's trying to make a quick escape from the situation.
Indeed, a good retaliatory fire coming in from Baron from Maptex. Of course, his team has been destroyed, but he's still surviving. He has been able to accumulate one single defeat point. Perhaps if he continues on with that sort of a reign, maybe might be able to get another knock as well, or maybe even a defeat point. We'll have to see what this game has in store for him. But apart from that, a little bit of a stalemate situation right here between these two teams. It is going to be Seal Esports out in the open against the players of DRS from the looks of it. But from the backlines, look at SG's AJ. Scarlet Gaming's AJ has jumped onto that mountain. The high ground is going to be working in his favor. If he's got the sight, then definitely... Oh, never mind. That seems like Sanjay is going to be the eye who's got the Hawkeye, my apologies. And that in turn is going to be providing with a, well, a tough luck situation for Seal Esports nonetheless, though, because it seemed like Sanjay was able to scope out and stop the aggressive push coming in from SG, but that's not been the case because Becca has been dropped down already from the side of SG, and that in turn has put Seal in a bit of a sticky situation wherein, of course, DRS are in terms of position, DRS are the ones who are in a sandwich situation, but out in the open, it is SG versus Seal. And it is definitely Skylights Gaming with a perfect rotation who have been able to, of course, get a perfect controlled spray onto Becca as he gets eliminated. Seal Esports left with a 3-man squad. But where all are they going to be able to run? Again, if you look on the mini-map, they need to, of course, eliminate all of these teams if they want to get into the zone with a safety net on the back. Because after all, as soon as Seal Esports leave this area, DRS are going to jump on away from the compound, as well as Skylights Gaming as well, to get into the zone, which could very well invite both of those teams to be firing upon Seal Esports' position. So Seal Esports are going to play it safe. They're going to wait it out, it seems like. And with that wait, it seems Soulless has been able to perfectly dominate against Killer YT, as DRS's Killer YT does go down. Thankfully, he has his teammate Delta right in the compound as well, so the cover is going to be provided to him, as well as a revival at the same point in time, of course. But DRS, how do they get out of this sticky situation that they are in? It seems like the sandwich situation that I was calling for earlier can still be brewing for the players of the Real Soldiers. As Scarlet's Gaming from one side, upon the other is going to be Seal Esports. But Scarlet's Gaming are still stuck on the players of Seal Esports as Row goes down. Killer YT has not been able to get the revival and does go down thanks to the blue zone itself. And at the same point of time, now the blues are going to be damaging the players of Seal Esports as well as DRS. But that nade could be played to perfection as Delta goes down. Gyante, the only player surviving from the side of the Real Soldiers. It seems like this is where the days are numbered, the seconds are numbered for DRS, because one good nade, and that is all that this is going to be needing to, of course, eliminate the possibility of DRS having a good day right here in this game. At the same point of time, we do have Mabtex Esports' final player also being chucked out of the lobby, so they get eliminated on the 15th position, and now Seal Esports can perhaps start to look forward to getting into the zone and also keeping a keen eye towards what Skylights Gaming are going to do.
Well, Seal Esports, they haven't had a rough beginning in week number 1, but the way Seal Esports, they have started picking themselves up in week number 2. Every single time they are picking fight, they are winning it. Yes, they lost one of their own player, but they were picking fight on the multiple fronts. They have managed to do enough damage onto the side of DRS. Now they are looking for the knocks onto the plus of Scarlet Gaming, but it is Assassin that is going to go down through the hands of Nirzed of Stalwart Esports, and with that high voltage, my prediction also goes down at the 14th spot with 0 elimination. On the other side, Skylights are still looking for the plus of DRS, and looks like they have managed to get the confirmation onto Gyante, and DE on top, sir, is going to find Sancher. So many third parties are happening in this situation, but look at the position of Blotter, of I8 Blotter. Again, every single time this team is able to find themselves in the best of the possible spot in the circle, and again, they do have the height advantage. That means they are going to capitalize on the information of so many teams on the lower ground, especially the plus of raw officials who are going down through the hands of Mondo. Perfect info 1-6 spray comes in, and with that, Theater Ota has been knocked down. Confirmation point will be made. There is no need for a follow-up grenade, but now the numbers of raw officials are not in their favor on the other side, and the esports are trying to contest their position, and with that, Zordi also goes down.
Absolutely. For now, again, I mean, numbers are dwindling down for these players, that's for sure. At the same point in time, NB Esports against the players of Raw Officials right now, as they try and bring in those nades. It's going to be Akaze who has a little bit of damage onto him. Of course, the helmet has already taken 50% of the damage. So tough conversion for NB Esports. But the best part is there is a 4v2. So a 2-man split from the NB Esports side could very well be the thing that could dominate against the players of Raw Officials. That's exactly what ends up happening, where Yamada goes down. And with that, I'm sure the final player that's going to be left, Klaus, is also going to be brought down. And that, in turn, could very well be the demise of Raw Officials. And that's exactly what it turned out to be, of course. With that, we've got 9 teams remaining. Quite a lot of these teams have taken a huge chunk, and DRS Gaming also get eliminated. This is going to be a very difficult position. And right now, when it comes to the zone itself, Skylights Gaming being in the center are looking very, very good. But will that be enough for them? Because they seem to have troubles of their own as they are down to a 2-man squad. They need a revival as well. On our screens, though, it is going to be TRZ. Very close to the proximity of the players of Deadeye's guys. For now, TRZ seems like they were part of a fight, and it could have been very well against the players of Deadeye's guys. But for now, they are going to be able to get those revivals. All 4 players are still going to be able to survive and stand together. 34 players in total remaining. And the zone is going to be definitely throwing a curveball to all of these teams who are looking very comfortable inside the compound. At the same time, TRZ now taking shots against the players of T2K as Jane goes down. So T2K, they are also in quite a world of trouble. They thought they were alone over there, but making so much noise, Jane invited the crosshairs of TRZ Rare. And that in turn has resulted in, of course, him getting eliminated. At the same point of time, TRZ now wanting to move away from the area that they're in. Perhaps we'll be finding a better entry into the zone. Let's see if this works out for them.
TRZ, well, they are also having a very good run in week number 2. The way the duo of Madcat and Degree has been playing in every single map, but right now they are trying to challenge the players of T2K, and Sandesh is trying to make a quick escape. But with that UMP45, Sandesh has received hefty damage. But on the other side, his teammate is going to retaliate and take down Madcat from the side of TRZ. Easy safe revival should come in, but T2K, only a single player in the same compound, in the very compound of the players of TRZ right now. This grenade can be very deadly, and right on the face of CO. CO goes down, and Sandesh all by himself. Degree with that UMP45 is already charging towards him. He knows exactly where he is. He's hiding in the compound, but for how long? 1v2 is way too much for him to deal with, and with that, T2K Esports has been eliminated at 9th spot with 3 eliminations of their own. No casualties from the side of TRZ. But like you were pointing, Stalwart in the epicenter, yes, they do have a good position, but Stalwart Esports are not having good position out there in the open. East is going to spot 2 players, and Stalwart Esports, well, they have been reduced to a single player, but on the other side, East is going to come into the crosshairs of DE, and with that, East also goes down.
Absolutely, a very crucial pick right there from DEADEYES, guys, as they bring down East, and that of course is going to be bringing down the morale of the players of 4MV. But at the same point of time, right now, as you move on ahead towards the players of DEADEYES, guys, they are going to need to get a revival on True Love Sir as well. It seems like the perfect on top Sir with that spray is going to be able to annihilate the players of 4MV. There is absolutely no way Doc is going to be able to give that revival. Of course, 4MV, the position that they're in, they are caught out in the open. There's absolutely no way that even through the smoke, they do not, of course, get vanquished right here. And that's exactly what ends up happening. Doc, the final player remaining from the side of 4MV. And he also gets eliminated thanks to, of course, Stalwart Esports' final player action. So 4 eliminations going in favor of 4MV. But that is all that they're going to be able to sing on this first match right here on Miramar. And with that, it seems like DEADEYES guys now know exactly where action is. And this is going to be trouble for him. And a perfect nade lands onto his face, which in turn will bring his health down to 30% HP. And on top, Sir, I'm sure he needs a little bit more. Of course, he wants to get that elimination for himself, but it will be NB Esports stealing that kill away. Nevertheless, Stalwart Esports do get eliminated as well. 6 total teams remaining. DEADEYES, guys, what a perfect comeback from their side as 4 players surviving, the momentum going in their favor with 7 eliminations. But TRZ from the backlines, look at that. If Madcat, Mamba, Rarex, and Degree are able to make that flank and get on top of SG's position as well, TRZ could be the ones stealing this game away from the entirety of the lobby.
But the circle shift, if it goes towards south, I8, they're going to be so happy. But no, it goes for a concentric shift, and DRS Gaming on the epicenter. But I8, they do have a bit of the height advantage onto the class of DRS Gaming. So that is why DRS needs to be a bit cautious of the position of I8. On the other side, Bad Intention will this time again, like the start of the week, they are able to perform good. They are in the top 6. Not too many elimination points in their favor, but they have the numbers, all the 3 players alive. But the problem is, the challenge is how do they transition themselves inside the circle, because on the low ground we have the players of TRZ, on the high ground we have the players of I8. So Bad Intention out there in the open is not looking so very promising, but still a good comeback is coming from their side. Mamba with that big weapon is looking for the heads of the players of I8, but looks like I8, they have the complete control of that cliff. But TRZ, they are trying to move inside the circle. They have to be very cautious. DRS Gaming, this can be their game. But DE from the northern side, the way they are bringing destruction in this lobby, highest elimination point, 7 elimination with all the 4 players alive. DE are also looking so promising.
Absolutely. DE, I mean, a perfect comeback from the side of that team, but at the same time, moving away from DE's conversation towards Illuminate Crew. A really good positioning coming in from the side of Illuminate Crew right here because of the high ground advantage. They can very well, of course, take this game by surprise, but right now we'll have to see if at all they can get some shots onto their opponents. They've only got 1 defeat point as of yet. They need to be able to, of course, increase that number, and for that, they've got Bad Intentions in sight. But Bad Intentions have a really good cover actually working for them for now. But from the nade, are they going to be able to, of course, move away? that is where Bad Intentions once again could be drawn out. And that could very well be the end of Bad Intentions. For now, quite a lot of damage was brought onto Alpha. At the same time, his teammates have fallen back. But from the back angles, we can see TRZ making a little bit of commotion as well. TRZ can also chime in along as Bad Intentions could be dropped down, but it's going to be Sky who will get the first knock right here as Shaikot goes down. And of course, along with that, we've got TRZ bringing in shots against Mehdi as well. And this is going to be probably the reason why Bad Intentions are not going to be able to get enough points from this game, as they got sandwiched between I8 and, of course, the team that pushed on from behind, TRZ.
But still, good rotations came from the side of Bad Intention, but now they are going to be made leave the lobby at 6th spot with 2 elimination of their own. But I8, like you said, have the height advantage, and now they're looking for knocks onto the players of NB Esports. This grenade could have been deadly for the players of NB Esports. Nova X is still keeping a close eye onto Fistboy, but on the other side, we have the players of DRS Gaming also going down, as one player is down, and they're looking for the revival. They're going for the rescue mission. Look at the position of No Fear. If Mamba spots him and takes him down, there is nowhere that his teammates can come and rescue him. So No Fear has to be very cautious. Yes, he can be the cheeky player, having an off angle onto the opponents, but still he has to be very cautious, especially on the players of DEADEYES, because DEADEYES, they are coming from the back ends. On the other side, TRZ, Rare X finds a perfect knock onto Novix over there, and now the push, the rush is coming in from the side of TRZ. This is the moment when they can transition themselves inside the circle and try and contest the area which the players of I8 are holding, but DE, they are punishing the players of NB Esports as 2 players have been eliminated.
Absolutely, and perfect right there. Of course, Scarl push coming in from the side of Sky has resulted in not 1 but 2 of the players from TRZ going down thanks to him. But now it's all down to Whoopers and his UMP, but it's not going to be enough because he does not have enough amount of health, and TRZ might just be able to eliminate I8 right here. But are they going to be allowed to do so? Because at the same point of time, when it is revival time, Viper is going to be busy to, of course, get that revival on Novax. At the same time, when it comes to his 2 other teammates, well, Woofers along with Sky, they're going to have to patiently wait their turn. But TRZ, this is the moment where, of course, they should be able to get those revivals for themselves and push on ahead against I8. But are the numbers going to be favoring them? Oh, yes, they will. All 4 players from TRZ are stand and all, tall and true. And with that, they are going to be dominating I8. And on the other side of this mountain altogether itself, we've got DEADEYES, guys, against the players of Skylight. But never mind that, because the high ground has been taken over by TRZ. I pointed it out earlier. They were being very, very cheeky, going behind every other team. Skylight Gaming were also over there. But TRZ made an entry on top of that high ground, on top of this mountain, which in turn provided them with a brutal game in their favor, as right now they are moving ahead with all the angles covered, but they've got 2 teams to deal with, 5 players in total that they are going to have to bring down all by their lonesome. Now TRZ do have the upper high ground, the upper advantage in this game, but is this going to be enough? Because if SG and DEADEYES, guys, both simultaneously decide to pounce on upon the angles that TRZ are holding, then it could be tough luck for TRZ to get this chicken dinner. But again, it's only time that can answer this, because DEADEYES, guys, they need this game. They've got 11 defeat points and they do not want to stop, that's for sure.
And they are not going to stop at any cost, because they have the circle, they have all the 3 players alive. On the other side, TRZ, they do have the numbers advantage. The aggression that is coming from their side is also so very impressive. This can be the gameplay. But right now, Madcat with a grenade is looking for a knock onto AJ, and AJ has already received hefty damage, down to 40 HP or something. And Rare X goes down through the hands of Nima. This can be an opening for the players of Skylight Gaming, because Skylight, they don't have the numbers to create much of a situation over here. But their sir is going to do a third party and take down Nima over there. AJ also down to 20 HP, but going to get the confirmation point onto Mamba of TRZ. But from the back lines, DE is going to chime in and eliminate the last player of Skylight Gaming. And with that, a beautiful winner chicken dinner is coming after a very aggressive performance from the side of the players with heavy fragging game, and beautiful winner chicken dinner.
Indeed, an incredible conversion right here coming in from DEADEYES, guys. Of course, they were moving in with the momentum. They needed to roll the cards right in this final game. Well, to start the day off, of course, and they have delivered it in style. 14 total eliminations, 24 points is where they're sitting from this game. Along with that overall ranking, they sit on the 14th. So a really good conversion, and they've still got 3 more games for the day.
Welcome back, everyone. You guys are watching PMPL South Asia 2023 spring season. My name is Shadow. Alongside me is Blotter and Blotter. The very first game, DEADEYES guys got a winner chicken dinner for themselves, but at the same time, TRZ, after a very aggressive performance, looks like maybe they can topple a few teams and be in the top 12 because TRZ, well, right now they are in the danger area.
That is so very true, of course. But at the same time, this was a really good conversion from the side of DE, of course, as they got closer and closer to the top 12 position, which is going to be the most important thing to talk about today because, well, we've got the Vikendi bonus map that is going to be played today, match number 6. And if you're able to participate in that, that is automatically going to give you a boost in the overall ranking. So, for that, the team of DE is looking very good. For TRZ, again, troubles are brewing, but they tried. They definitely tried this time around. Same is the case for DE as well. So a really good game for both of these teams is what I'm going to say. With that, talking about the MVP, we've got on top sir with 6 eliminations, 931 damage. Yowzers, quite a lot of action-packed gameplay that DEADEYES guys on top sir was able to, of course, participate in. And I'm sure he's looking forward to a lot more of this sort of exciting gameplay from him as well as his team, because that's what they need right now. That's exactly what they need for the remaining 3 games for them.
Well, certainly they need more points, but along with that, let's have a look at the top plus. With on top sir, we have Decree from the side of TRZ with 6 elimination of his own. Then we have AJ from Stalwart Gaming with 3 eliminations, Slayer sir with 5 elimination, and No Fear with 4 elimination. But AJ, he was dishing out a lot of damage, 850 damage. Good survival time. Basically, it was a very good gameplay that was coming from the side of DEADEYES guys and Stalwart Gaming at the same time. TRZ, the top 3 teams, they were annihilating everyone, especially TRZ and DEADEYES guys. But it was obviously DEADEYES games. But in the match summary as well, we can see on top sir having the highest elimination and highest damage, 931.
Absolutely, and then comes in, of course, RareX from the side of TRZ with highest assist, followed along from the side of course, well, bad intentions, never mind, it's been gone. But looking at the match ranking, we've got 14 eliminations coming in favor of DEADEYES guys. TRZ walk away with 11 eliminations of their own. Then come in Stalwart Gaming at 8, followed along by NB Esports at 5, and then Stalwart Esports at 6. Well, quite a high fragging game coming in from these teams sitting in the top 6 positions right now on the first page. Even in that, what a perfect conversion by Bad Intentions were able to accumulate 2 placement points and 2 elimination points for them. So definitely a good play from their side, but sadly, as we move on to the second page, looking at ASL, the first team that got eliminated, and then we had High Voltage as well. They were caught out on the open. That did not work out for them. Raw Officials, DRS Gaming, a sad start for day number 5 right now for these teams.
Well, certainly, even the plus of High Voltage and Raw Officials, they need the points. Yes, High Voltage at the start of the day, they were sitting at the 12th spot with 79 points, but they need the consistency. They need the good gameplays coming from their side in the remaining 3 games. Otherwise, maybe some other team from the bottom can topple them over and High Voltage won't be able to play the bonus match. Raw Officials, at the same time, they were placed at the 13th spot, and with, again, a bad game coming from their side, things are not looking so steady for the plus of Raw Officials as well.
True, that is so very true, and that is something that, well, Raw Officials, I hope are, again, I don't want to say I hope, because from what I see, they are doing really well for themselves, and compare their performance from week 1, they are definitely trying their level best as well. So that is something that I would say kudos to them for, approaching and trying the lobby from that sort of an area and angle. But at the same time, is that going to be enough? Well, time will answer that. Right now, we've got the overall ranking where Stalwart Esports leading the charge with only 1 chicken dinner, 147 points. 1 point shy is going to be T2K Esports with 146 points for themselves. And if we look at, of course, the players of Illuminate True and 4MV, well, they're looking pretty steady as well. But this is where the entirety of the draw is going to be, because 11th position Seal Esports with 88 points. 8 points shy is going to be TRZ right there with the performance that they were able to get from this game. But then comes in High Voltage, only 1 point shy of TRZ on the 13th position. So very volatile position that Seal Esports, TRZ, High Voltage, Venom DE are at. Even Raw Officials, for that matter, who have a chance to, by the end of the day, make it into, of course, the final game that will be played on Vikendi, the bonus game that will be played on Vikendi. But we'll have to see if at all there is this possibility from likes of Mabitex Esports, maybe even Situm for that matter right there. They could very well have a chance sitting on the 16th and 17th position to perhaps have really good next 3 remaining games and get themselves in the top 12. But yes, it is very volatile. Every single game that is going to be played out today, things are going to be changing on that second page.
Well, certainly, with a good game coming from the side of DEADEYES, they have pretty much secured this spot in the bonus match, because in the remaining games, even if they're getting an average of 5-6 points, they are still making it into top 12. But looking at the schedule, the first game, well, D got in their bags. Now it's time for Erangel, where Group D will be sitting out. After that, we have Miramar, then Sanhok, then again one more Erangel, and in the end, we have top 12 teams playing in the map of Vikendi, the bonus map. And right now, like I said, Group D blotter is going to be sitting out. That means the players of high voltage, Maptex Esports, Seal Esports, and Raw Esports, they are sitting out this particular one.
Absolutely, but again, we bring up the age-old question, and that has already been brought on right there. What is the prediction going to be, Shadow? We've got Group E, like you said, participating. Group D is not going to be chiming in along. This is a map of Erangel. Where do your conscience tells you that this team needs to get a chicken dinner now?
I think TRZ, the way they are trying, even in the map of Erangel, they are showcasing good performance in the past few days. So yes, TRZ, maybe they can get this one.
All right, TRZ coming in from your side. I'm going to be going with the Mongolian side and choosing STE this time around. Let's see if Stalwart Esports have what it takes to get a chicken dinner in the bag. But at the same time, I somehow feel it is going to be a T2K game. But I'm going to choose STE. And of course, let's see if that will work out for my prediction point right there. Because there was another conversation that was going on in the green room. And I think it's the Bangladesh that has already been able to accumulate, what, 9, 10 predictions, right? Yowzers, that is just bonkers with the amount of conversion that they've gotten. And hopefully today we should be there as well, Shadow.
I hope so, because for me, getting correct prediction is never an easy task. And this time, like you pointed out, T2K, I was like, there is a very high chance of T2K getting this one, because yesterday in the map of Erangel, the way T2K was performing, there is a very high chance that T2K can get this particular one in their bags, because yes, there is a race for the top spot as well in the overall ranking, where T2K is giving tough competition to the players of 4ME and Stalwart Esports. So yes, even the players of T2K need points, but this time the flight path is going from the side of military base towards the side of Severny 4MV again to their original drop spot, that is military base island Stalwarts, towards the side of No Ripnoy. In the terms of drop location, there is no change coming in, so things are going to be a bit stalemate for few minutes, or at least for few seconds in the game. The circle this time is going to be towards the side of Yasna, so interesting circle.
Absolutely, very well placed circle for the likes of Serum Esports to be able to dominate this game, because Serum loves to go towards Yasnaya. But this time around, do we have SG choosing the same exact drop location as well? Is there a contestation that could be anticipated over there? It seems unlikely, as SG has already dropped down. They're already in the vehicles, as on the other side, Serum are still going to be moving their way towards Yasnaya itself. But looking at T2K, ooh, I should have gone with my gut. T2K, they're looking really pristine right now for this game. But at the same point in time, we'll have to see if at all they will be allowed to get a chicken dinner for themselves or not. As we move on ahead towards the southern side of the zone itself, we've got the players of 4MV, who, once again, of course, no surprises there. We are going to find them on the military base. Right next to them is the vicinity of Stalwart Esports, wherein No Rupnoy is taken over by, of course, STE. And these are the only two teams that are going to be at the military base. So perhaps a late rotation from their side could be beneficial for them. They've got almost 1,600 meters to cover. So quite a distance for 4MV to, of course, cover. But it's absolutely fine for now. They've got a lot of time to, of course, get themselves set up with the perfect, comfortable loot that they want. At the same point in time, of course, for Stalwart Esports, now the trouble between these two teams could very well be that once they've actually collided against each other in week number 2 on this military base itself. So it could very well be the case that Stalwart Esports might just want to, gatekeep that bridge, or the bridge camp that area from Novo. And that in turn could very well be detrimental for the players of 4MV. But we'll have to see if STE decide to do so or not. On the other side comes in a team of ASL, Abrupt Slayers, with the likes of Chari, Gangstar, Vishal and Sleepy. They've had tough game in week 2. In the previous game as well, we saw them not having a good play, but perhaps things might change in this one. Of course, when it comes to ASL and their performance in week 1 compared to week number 2, there's a big stark difference over there. But that does happen. I mean, week one, the teams want to be able to, create decent amount of points and make a decent amount of lead in the overall league ranking. And then in week two, of course, there's a lot of changes that are to be expected and anticipated. And that's perhaps what has been the reason why Serum Esports, alongside High Voltage and others as well, who are sitting on the latter half of the leaderboard, are perhaps playing it too safe. They are just trying to understand what's going on in the lobby, what kind of changes are teams bringing in from week one to week two. And then when we jump into week three, these teams that were kind of underperforming might actually rise up to the occasion in week number three. But all of that is, of course, speculatory coming in from the desk right now, as that is what I think could very well take place. But moving ahead towards Rozhok area, there is, guys, a team that got a pristine chicken dinner for themselves in the previous game are once again hopefully going to be able to dominate and get themselves in the top 12 to be able to play the Vikendi bonus map today.
Well, the target of every single team today is to be in the top 12, like you pointed out, and play the match of Vikendi. But the bonus points are definitely going to help the case of every single team. And that is exactly what TRZ are trying. They are trying with tooth and nail. The way they are performing this particular week, yes, bad games were coming from their side. But recently, the consistency that is coming in terms of the placement points every single time they were grabbing for themselves, TRZ is looking promising. And with the previous game, high fragging game, well, TRZ, well, they found the aggression as well from their side. On the other side, we have the players of DRS as well, the slow and the steady ones. I want the slow and the steady in terms of the aggression, slow and steady in terms of the way. Every single game, they get good points for themselves. Either they get the chicken dinner, if not chicken dinner, at least some points in the bag. So DRS are the most consistent one from the lobby, and even they are also looking so very promising and can be the contender for the top spot in the overall ranking if they continue the same kind of a performance in week number 3 as well.
Let's see though if that'll be the case or not right now. As we move on, with all 64 players still surviving. I think I jinxed it as soon as the day started. I was saying it. I had a feeling it is going to be an extended day today. It is going to be a slow day today. And that's exactly what we're looking at right now on the second map as well, where all 16 teams, 64 players are still surviving. And we've got Elementrix with, of course, Bridge Camp. Though, will this work for them? Because, again, they are wasting time. They've got 1,000 meters to cover to get into the zone. But at the same time, they realize that, getting those placement points is okay, but getting elimination points is critical. And the best way to get those elimination points, if you're in a good position, is definitely to just camp this area. And of course, wait for a team, and that team's name is going to be 4MV. Just do not over-aggress, Enkis. Hold it steady, anti-frag. Just keep it steady. Let the team jump on, get closer and closer, and that is when the team of Elementrix should bounce on to the opportunity to bring down the players of 4MV. But again, 4MV have been caught in this same exact situation earlier as well. So I'm sure they're going to be that much more careful as to how exactly do they approach the bridge. But for now, no shots taken. So pretty much a quiet Erangel is what we're looking at thus far. But it's all definitely going to change as another few seconds or a minute or so. Stage 1 will come to an end. And the teams are going to be forced to now start rotating to get into the zone. On the other side, we've got 4 teams in total. 4MV, TRZ, IHC, and Elementrix. 4 teams that are outside the zone, that have caught out in the blues. Let's see how long are they wanting to stay out in the blues for. Whereas for Serum Esports on our screens, Dobu, QB, Jiro, as well as Desert X, they need a really good day. The position they're sitting on is not going to be providing them with the bonus map, that's for sure. But with the games that are remaining, including this one, they've got 3 games remaining. So the amount of points that they need to be accumulated in every single game, the average goes up and up, and thus also the pressure point for the players of Serum Esports. As of now, they're still in Yasnaya, so a comfortable drop for them. But let's see what the zone is going to be doing to them.
I'm just loving this new rivalry that is happening in the game. Elementrix and 4MV. Time and time again, even in Erangel also, Miramar also, these teams go up against each other. And right now also, in the blue, at the mercy of the blue, the players of Elementrix are waiting for the players of 4MV to cross the bridge. And Frag is going to miss out on few shots. Yes, East and Refuse have taken certain damage, but now they have already made it over the bridge, and now they can come and bite the players of Elementrix in the back. Yet, 2 players from the side of 4MV are yet to cross the bridge. This can be a sandwich situation for the players of Elementrix, and the mature decision is Elementrix back off from the situation, because even if they do certain damage on the side of 4MV, even if they manage to eliminate the position the players of 4MV are in right now, definitely Elementrix can also suffer heavy casualty in this situation. So this is not looking good for either of these teams, but still, Elementrix versus 4MV, I just love this rivalry.
Trouble definitely brewing right here. Refuse on the back angle for Elementrix, and he's going to be able to, of course, get away from this area. But can he provide that cover to his teammates? That's going to be the critical thing for Refuse right now from side of 4MV. As we can see, both these teams have got out in the blues. So Elementrix choosing to stick out them right here is something I pointed out earlier as well. They were 1,000 meters away, but that in turn has just resulted in them turning it into a stalemate situation right here, where 4MV are taking a lot of damage, as well as the players of Elementrix as well. So the conversion for both of these teams, again, I mean, for 4MV, they're still looking okay, but for Elementrix, this is a do-and-die situation. They need to be a part of a fight where they can conclusively convert it into points, and this situation right here does not mean that there is going to be a conclusive point for them, as they've already got one of the knocks thanks to the play zone coming in, as Incus goes down from Elementrix. So for 4MV, again, this is a two-man split coming in from 4MV. Two of the players were able to get away from the bridge, and two of them are stuck at the bridge. Right now, they need to make a very important decision. Fall back, try a different approach to get into the zone, or just make a run for it. And that's why we do see Apex getting into his buggy, and he seems to be making an entry into the zone with his vehicle. He's going to be running across the position for the side of course, Elementrix, and Elementrix themselves are not going to be able to do much, it seems like, because they are getting sprayed on upon. Doc takes a perfect advantageous position right here as he brings down Orangey, and of course we saw Apex had already gotten into the vehicle, so all of the attention from Elementrix's players had already moved on to Apex and his vehicle, but that in turn has resulted with the opening that Doc and his teammates needed to bring down the players of Elementrix. And just like that, this is brutal annihilation for the players of Elementrix, as one by one they've been eliminated. They're left to ponder as to what could they have done right there. Just a one-man squad left for the side of Elementrix, whereas on the other side for 4MV, they've just opened up the bridge. There was a toll gate waiting for them. That's just completely been shattered, and now all four of them, without taking a single knock, are going to be able to move away from this fight and take initiation as well as points for themselves. This is wowzers. Again, this is not what we want to see from Elementrix, and again, they need to realize that sooner than later, that it seems like the bonus map for them is lost to the cause right now, because this is the second game of the day, and for Elementrix, when it comes to the play that was needed from them, they've got 3 games remaining, but is it enough? The points are so far away from them to jump into top 12. Never mind that though, because right now we've got a late rotating team of 4MV. Alongside that, we also do, of course, have right in front of them in their trajectory, Leo Esports as well as TRZ. Wonder what exactly is Apex along with his teammate going to be able to do right here. Or perhaps Leo Esports will have an opportunity to take on those shots and sprays against the rotating team of 4MV, as they do have the higher ground right here. But this mountain, it's not going to be easy to, of course, utilize on 4MV, because this is an extended Pareto Hill that Leo Esports are, for now, again, going to be able to keep control of. They do hear all the commotion taking place right next to them, where the flares of 4MV have been able to run across. But all 4 players from Leo Esports are just going to be stuck around on that same mountain as they take on shots against the players of TRZ as well at the edge, as the southern edge, well, southwestern edge of the zone itself. It seems like both these teams are going to be locking horns, but none of them have been able to bring down a knock as of yet. TRZ's Rare X was brought down. A little bit of damage was provided to him, but right now it's going to be DRS Rules, who with a perfect spray with, of course, his DP, has been able to take on shots against the players of Skylights Gaming, but all by his lonesome. Is he going to be able to do much? Well, never mind that. It seems like his teammates are going to be coming in. And once they provide that cover fire, it is going to be Skylights Gaming who will be in a very, very difficult situation to convert it into a game for themselves. It is going to be a tough spot for SG as they are down to a 3-man army.
Well, certainly, Skylights Gaming, the numbers are not in their favor. DRS, they have managed to get one defeat point in their favor. But now DRS, they have to make the rotation and move inside the circle. And maybe from that particular position, they can try and pick the plus of Skylights Gaming. But about Elementrix and 4MV, okay, we'll come back to that later because right now DRS Gyate from the blue is still poking the plus of Skylights Gaming. And somewhere else on the map, the plus of T2K are also getting knocked down. So T2K also needs to be a bit cautious. Yes, they dropped towards the side of Siberni. Rotation is coming from the northern front, but I8 is going up against the plus of NB Esports. But Mondo with a Molotov takes down Sky over there, and Sek is going to go down in the retaliation fire coming from the side of Nova X. At the same time, Fistboy comes in to help his teammates, but Viper is going to miss all the shots. But his teammate Woofus is going to take down Fistboy over there. The numbers are not favoring the situation of NB Esports, and Nova X is going to get the confirmation. At the same time, Elementrix also lost their last man standing, and with that, Elementrix wins bye. But last man from the side of NB Esports takes on Sky, but not for very long. Won't get the confirmation because Sky's teammate was right there to help him. But right now, IA, they are not prepared for this fight as Stalwart Esports. They heard the commotion and now they are challenging the plus of I8 as they take down Viper and Sky at the same time. Oh, Nova X out there in the open. Not looking good at all for him.
Absolutely. This fight is going in one direction. That's going to be Stalwart Esports' domination. That's exactly what's going to take place with the DPS along with, of course, the numbers advantage. That is going to be the end of I8 right there with 4 eliminations. Definitely a good conversion. But sadly, getting eliminated on the 14th position will result them with no placement points. So only 4 points to them from this game, as well as STE get their numbers slowly but surely improving this time around, as they've got all 4 players survive and they've got 0 knocks taken in that fight. Alongside that, a little damage of course was sprayed on, but that was all. Apart from that, bad intentions have been able to spray on the players of ASL in a tough luck situation where we can see they tried to get into the zone from the eastern side, but the team in pink of ASL are going to have to face the brutal truth, which is that things are running away from them in week number 2. For Stalwart Esports, they make an entry into the zone from the east. From the west, we've got 4MV jumping in as well. So these 2 Mongolian teams going to be jumping in from both individual directions, west and east, for now. As we've got 13 teams in total remaining. Leo Esports, the gameplay that was showcased on the side of this team, this has been missing altogether. I mean, from week 1 into week 2, Leo Esports, a big dip from their side. Now it seems like they're going to be able to get at least 1 point right here as Mad Cat does go down, but save is going to be traded along as Mr. Smokey goes down as well. Thankfully, Height Dummy right around the corner is going to be able to provide a cover as well as a revival right there. But is this going to be an opening that TRZ perhaps were waiting for and then are going to be able to dominate against the players of Leo Esports? Is something we'll have to see for now, though. It is going to be Degree along with Mamba trying to push on ahead. But Degree all by his lonesome. Is this a good decision? Definitely not, as Height Dummy from another angle drops him down. TRZ, what are you doing, mates? 1 by 1, if you're going to be making an entry into a fight, is not the way you want to be able to dominate. As Leo Esports, they've got the conversion in this game. They've got the information as well as, of course, the perfect synergy that is required right here. But what a nade coming in from the other side as Mamba from that side of TRZ brings down Height Dummy as well as Leo Esports' player Slipknot takes the final blow and of course eliminates the possibility of TRZ getting any more points from this game. 12 total teams remaining. In the kill feed, we also did see Stalwart Esports lost out on a couple of their players. But right now on our screens, we've got T2K against the players of DRS, where DRS's Clever IT was dropped down, but the nade parade that's going to be brought in from the side of T2K could very well eliminate the possibility of DRS getting away from this. But before anything else happens, Rules OG just mows down Reg right there, as T2K are going to be brought down to a 3-man squad. But Delta is burned, and this is not looking good. 2-2K, they get eliminated, but at the same, DRS have taken a brunt of this entire fight because Gyante has been dropped down to almost 40% HP, and from far away distance, Venom DE also chiming along, taking the players of DRS down. A third-party affair, definitely going in favor of this team. But boy, oh boy, this is a chaotic zone as we reach closer and closer to the end.
Well, certainly Venom DE, they are trying to punish the plus of DRS, and DRS, they are not looking good at all out there in the open. At the same time, Abrupt Slayers, they are also Well, Krita, he gets a glimpse of Chari and now looking to get a knock onto him, but thankfully Chari has a hard rock as a cover for himself. On the other side, we have Stalwart Esports Nirzer going up against close frontal battle with the players of Sitem Zero out there. And I see not being so aggressive one. He knows there are teams in the close proximity, so he can't overextend in this particular fight. Yes, smokes are there to deny vision to the opponents over there, but Stalwart Esports, they also need to move inside the circle. On the other side, we have the players of Skylights Esports as well. No Fear takes down one player from the side of IHC, but Skylights No Fear has to realize he's all by himself, only a single man, as he takes down Alex as well. A 1v4 fight he's picking with the players of IHC. I believe it's from some distance, because the revivals are coming in, but still No Fear with the mini is still looking very deadly. Nized looking for knocks onto the players of DEADEYES, but now we have Leo Esports and Bad Intention again. Good rotation coming from their side, being the silent ones and hoping to finish in top 2 or get a chicken dinner for themselves, not engaging in any unnecessary fight, but they also have to make sure that they can defend the compound if Leo Esports push in.
Well. Let's see how exactly is this going to be played out. With 11 teams remaining, DRS guys getting the chicken dinner in the previous one. This time around, only a single elimination point, as we've got Slayers getting dropped down as well. Venom Esports get eliminated with one elimination point is all they're going to be able to get. But for DE, troubles are brewing. Of course, they've got the smoke wall. Along with that, we saw them bring in quite a lot of nade, and the revival is going to be provided as well. With that, DRS Gaming, bid adieu to this lobby. 9 teams in total remaining. STE's position was compromised for quite some time, but DE themselves were taking on shots and knocks, and that in turn resulted in, of course, STE getting a little bit of time to get away. As we've got Skylights Gaming getting eliminated thanks to 4MV's positioning and play, and IHC's demo also taking the brunt of the players of 4MV. So 4MV, they're definitely on the rise. They are on the move, and they want to be able to, of course, retaliate in this lobby. But Leo Esports, they've also been able to accumulate 5 defeat points. This is anybody's game. STE taking another shot as Leo Esports as Mr. Smokey finds out where Nirz is.
Abrupt Slayers are looking to get this good game in their favor from the lower flank angle. But look at the position of the players of Leo Esports. Leo Esports, they do have a certain height advantage onto the players of Abrupt Slayers, but right now Mr. Smokey is keeping a close eye onto the players of Stalwart Esports, courtesy to the smoke that is grabbing the attention of the players of Leo. On the other side of the map, we have the players of DE Venom as well on the northern front. They have a good position to hold on to, but they have to be a bit cautious of DEADEYES, because DEADEYES are also making rotation from the northern side. But this time the circle takes a southern shift, and look at the position of Bad Intention. This ought to be their good gameplay, because they are right in the epicenter with a good compound to their name. There are 2 airdrops in front of them. They can go for this level 3 as well. So Bad Intention ought to perform good in this particular one. But right now we have the players of IHC also going up against the players of 4ME, and it is not looking good at all for the players of IHC, because IHC 1 man down. It's only a single player. The smokes have been deployed, but not enough to provide the city cover, and same is the fate for the players of Abrupt Slayers, as they have been decimated by the players of Stalwart Esports. 8 defeat points already in the pockets of Stalwart, and looking for more onto the players of Leo Esports, I believe, this time.
Well, Stalwart Esports, they've been able to accumulate 8 defeat points as of now, but again, getting into the zone is not going to be an easy task for them, as there are so many teams around in the vicinity. As we've got Leo Esports' momentum going in their favor as IC goes down, and with that action, jumps into action and takes on those sprays. But will that be enough? Will it be the one? Will he be the one who will bring down the players of Leo Esports? Of course, he's been able to give a lot of damage right here, as Slipknot has been dropped down. Along with that, of course, a jump in position coming in from the side of course, Leo Esports. What in the world is going on right here? Mr. Smokey, Slipknot, they get eliminated. Action jumps into quite a perfect opportunistic play from his side. Sadly, they did lose out on one of the players as they made this rotation, and right now, they're down to just a 1-man squad. That's going to be Action, as he brings in a perfect revival to Nirz on the other front. Slipknot falling back, he's got a long distance to go, and I believe Action is not going to be allowing that whatsoever at all. So Slipknot might be lost to the cause right here. But of course, through the smoke, Action has absolutely no idea where Slipknot is, and there the smoke has dissipated, and just like that, the elimination of Slipknot is going to be confirmed, as of course STE confirm 11 points to their name. But sadly, with only 2 players remain, and of course, momentum is in their favor. We've got Action along with Nirz, with 4 defeat points, both of them being able to confirm. But again, will that be enough? Because 2-man army is what we've got coming in from the side of this Mongolian team. Leo Esports are also left with 2-man squad. That's going to be Haitami and Liquid. Smack in the center, we've got Bad Intentions with all 4 players surviving without a single elimination point. They're still looking very, very good. The momentum for 4MV is also looking absolutely pristine because they've got all 4 players with 7 defeat points. So where exactly is this game going to go? Bad Intentions for now are looking perfect. 4MV looking that much more aggressive in terms of aggressiveness, looking that much more in control of the entirety of the game. But who is this chicken dinner going to be given to? Or rather, who will be the one stealing this chicken dinner? It seems like Godless, one final player from the side of IHC, is still going to be able to dominate against the 4-man army of 4MV as he scores down out in the open. The smoke that Godless has created, of course, provides him with a little bit more of a cover. And thus, of course, at the same point in time, this perfect spray coming in from Doc is going to allow the players of 4MV to get a little bit of a revival right there to their teammates. Thus, remaining 4-man strong is going to be 4MV.
4MV, Stalwart Esports, both top teams are still in the lobby with the numbers advantage in their favor. Yes, Stalwart is surviving only 2 players, but still Stalwart and 4MV. But 4MV with a grenade is going to take down Godless. I always say smoke is a double-edged sword. Yes, it provides a bit of soft cover. At the same time, it gives away your position to the opponent. So yes, IHC, they have been eliminated at the 6th spot. Now we have DE Venom, we have Bad Intention with a good compound to their name, but Leo Esports is also in the lobby. Then we have Stalwart Esports. Stalwart Esports, well, they are on a domination spree. Okay, let's just say Mongolian teams are on a domination spree because look at the amount of finishes of 4MV, 8 finishes of their own, and they are still looking for more. Leo Esports, Liquid, well, just a single grenade, single Molotov, and a single first aid. He can't go for an aggressive stance in this particular one. He has to play a passive gameplay and wait for the other teams to fight amongst each other and maybe pick off the remaining last team and last players in the end circle. On the other side, Bad Intention. Bloody, don't you think it's way too late for Bad Intention to try and do a comeback? Because even if they get a chicken dinner, I don't see them in top 12 anyhow.
That indeed is very true, of course. For Bad Intentions, again, this is a do and die situation as we were talking about it earlier as well. For now, the only thing that they can do is try and give in their best play. That's the only thing that is going to work for them. But at the same point in time, again, it is the aggressiveness that is needed from Bad Intentions to be able to convert this into a chicken dinner for themselves. For now, Venom DE's relay has been dropped down thanks to the nades coming in. But thankfully, of course, he does have a teammate right around the corner to give him that cover as well. Bad Intentions have left the compound as they try and take on those shots. And, well, not shots, but of course, nades against the smoke of Venom DE. But this nades has been spotted by Bad Intentions as he gets eliminated. Action was taken action and going into a flank angle. But Arantine indeed turns him into a one-man army from the side of STE. But Venom DE have been provided with a perfect approach. And Bad Intentions, that was just unnecessary push right there, getting out in the open. They had the compound, they could have still stuck it true, and along with that, held their angle strong. But of course, deciding to take on these sprays and shots and nades against the players of Venom DE, smoke has put them down to a 3-man army, and that itself is not looking good, as we've got, of course, from one side, Venom DE pushing on, and STE, they get eliminated as Ryuk from the side of Venom DE is going to be able to, of course, run over the final player. With that, Venom DE's Kreta gets a nade to his face from the side of Sim from Bad Intentions, but Bad Intentions' compound has been compromised from the side. Venom DE, of course, the 2 players are jumping in with all the nades that they possibly can, but this creates an opening for 4MV to, of course, chime in along from the other side as well, but 4MV are still holding on back. They are not, oh well, they've got a 2-man split, so they're holding it steady. They want to be allowing the other team, Venom DE and Bad Intentions, to complete the fight, and once that is done, perhaps that is when 4MV, look at Refuse, he's gotten so close to the compound but not given away his position, and this is finally the moment that 4MV will chime in along as East goes down. Domi has been dropped down as well. This is the moment where, of course, 4MV can complete this game for themselves, get a chicken dinner for themselves, but Bad Intentions, they have tried their level best. They've tried to hold on to this compound for as long as they possibly could, and they're still not deterred from the entire fight.
Well, certainly Bad Intention still holding on to the compound for MV, they are crawling their way, but now they have heard the players of Venom DE over there, and East with a big weapon in his hands is looking for a knock, but he's going to reposition himself because grenades might come from the side of D Venom. And for me, yes, they do have the numbers advantage. This is looking like this is the game to lose, and Refuse with a perfect headshot takes down Haitami from the side of Leo Esports, and now we are down to only 3 teams and 9 players remaining with numbers in the favor of 4MV. They are looking so very strong in this particular one, but Bad Intention, they have a good compound to their name, and we have seen 4MV and Bad Intention go up against each other in number of times, and this time again looks like they are going to go up against each other. But before that, Refuse is going to pick off Ryuk from the side of Venom DE, and this game is so crucial for the players of Venom DE because they are not in top 12, and Preet, the last man, won't stand for any long because 4MV Apex is going to eliminate him. At the same time, Apex is going to pick up the players of Bad Intention, picks up one player, second one also, and the last player remaining takes one trade onto the players of 4MV, only to be taken out. And with that, 4MV, they get a winner chicken dinner for themselves after a very dominating performance.
Indeed, an incredible conversion coming in from 4MV right there. They played their cards right. They read the lobby in the final fight so perfectly. They let Venom DE and Bad Intentions take on the fight, bring down the numbers for each other, and which in turn, of course, provided an opening for 4MV to convert the game in the bag into a chicken dinner. And this in turn is, of course, going to put them on the first spot that they already were, but going to create that much more of a massive lead as well, with, of course, 15 eliminations and 10 placement points. 25 total points is what they get.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Go, go, go!
Welcome back everyone, you guys are watching PMPL South Asia Spring 2023. I am Shadow and alongside me is Blotter, and Blotter, the Mongolian domination in the very last day of week number 2 is still continuing, with 4MV getting a chicken dinner and Stalwart Esports getting a very high fragging game. What do you have to say about it?
Well, we needed to see this sort of a playstyle coming in from them, and that is exactly what the Mongolian team has delivered as well. But at the same point of time, as this day continues on, we were talking about how crazy the leaderboard is going to get, and it seems like one thing is certain: 4MV you cannot steal their hunger, you cannot steal their glory right here in PMPL South Asia Spring Season 2023 because of the way they dominated in week 1. And now, on the final day of week 2 also, they're rising up to the occasion and they are wanting to definitely, bury all the other players and the teams that are sitting on the top, because we've got T2K running for the top position, we've got Stalwart Esports running for the top position, but it seems, 4MV, as long as they're in the lobby, it's not going to be allowed.
Certainly, but the MVP this time is going to be from the side of Stalwart Esports. Action with 4 elimination, 87 damage that he was dishing out, 4 assists and 3 knocks, 393 healing stand, because Stalwart Esports, well, they were engaged in so many fights that they were receiving the damage as well. So overall, Stalwart Esports, a very high fragging game from their side, but 4MV, this was entirely their game, because first they were bridge camp. The zone was not in their favor. They had to go for a very late rotation, but kudos to the IGL of the player of the team 4MV, the way he transitioned his team inside the circle and placed all the players in the perfect position to get that big winner chicken dinner for themselves. So kudos to the entire team of 4MV, the way their synergy was around in all the 4 players, that they were able to take down even the top dogs in the big lobby.
Absolutely, and of course, that is just the start of the day, of course, because right now we are going to be looking at 3 more games that will be played before we've got the Vikendi map to be played, the bonus, where only top 12 teams are going to be participating. But right now, as we talk about the top players of the list, we've got Stalwart Esports' Action jumping in with 4 eliminations of his own, followed along from 4MV are going to be, of course, Refuse, Doc, East, and Apex. Wow. Well, talk about domination in the lobby. That is what 4MV have done today.
Certainly, in the top players, it's all about 4MV. The dominations was entirely from their side. At the same time, Stalwart Esports Action also being the MVP. Yes, Stalwart also had good things in their favor, but the numbers were not in their favor, because of which they were not able to get the chicken dinner and were taken out pretty early. In the match summary, again, it is all about 4MV and Stalwart Esports, with 4MV getting the highest elimination and highest healings done, but Stalwart Esports Action getting the highest damage and highest assist.
Absolutely, and that is the match summary for game number 2 of the day, match number 2 of the day. As we push on through, of course, there is still a lot more changes to be anticipated, because now we've got a third match that will be played out. But before we talk about that third match and the map, let's have a look at the match ranking from this Erangel game itself, where we have 4MV walking away with a beautiful chicken dinner for themselves with 15 eliminations. That is a really good conversion. And then come in Stalwart Esports with 11 eliminations of their own. So the Mongolian domination from this game can clearly be showcased right here. But then as we move on up front, we've also got Venom DE with 7 eliminations, and then comes in Leo Esports with 6. So a decent outing for these teams sitting in the top 5 positions, where Bad Intentions, again, Bad Intentions, the position that they were in, they were able to pristinely utilize it to perfection. Of course, the perfect conversion would have been a chicken dinner, but that's okay, because as long as they're able to, make the rotation and find themselves in the zone and then play their cards right to get decent amount of placement points, decent amount of elimination points, that's all they need to be doing.
Certainly, and then we have the players of TRZ and Elementrix at the bottom with 0 points to their name. Abrupt Slayers, NB Esports, not a good outing even for the players of T2K and Sitim, because they have got just a single point. Even DRS Gaming with only a single point sitting at the 10th spot. But about the players of Elementrix, they are not just risking their qualification for grand finals, because 4MV, okay, let's be honest, 4MV in the overall standings, they are sitting at the top, and Elementrix, they are sitting at the bottom. And if they are picking fight with the players of 4MV, even if they manage to take down the players of 4MV is still making it into the grand finals. On the other side, Elementrix, for them, well, they are risking their qualification. This is something not looking good at all for the players of Elementrix, because again and again, Elementrix is going up against the players of 4MV, be it Erangel or Miramar, and Elementrix need to prioritize the positioning inside the circle, the positioning inside the leaderboard, because rivalry in game is not going to benefit them at this point.
Exactly, and that is something that Elementrix are going to have to capitalize and realize, because one thing is for sure certain, Elementrix knew that the one team that's going to be crossing through that bridge, it has to be 4MV. And everybody knows that on the map of Erangel, on the side of the military base, there are only 2 teams. From Feripir, you've got 4MV who will probably be making a rotation. From the other side, Nova Repnoy Bridge, you've got STE who are going to be making a rotation. So yeah, just the just the decision making over there itself seems a little counterproductive, because Elementrix, they need points and not giving them away. But at the same time, right now, as we do have the highlights on our screens, this is exactly the fight that we were talking about, where in the first team that we did see go down, of course, it was the players of Elementrix, and then they got completely annihilated as well.
Well, we have seen IET and NB Esports also go up against each other time and time again, and this time again IET managed to take down the entirety of NB Esports but the way third parties were happening in this particular Erangel, because of the open circle, even the plus of T2K were facing an elimination because of which, and the numbers were not in their favor. But for the plus of Venom DE, this was a very critical game, because right now they are not in top 12, and if they play with consistency, this game was in their favor. Good performance was coming in, but if they continue the same performance, I think Venom DE might qualify and be in top 12 and play the match of Vikendi.
Indeed, and that is something that only time will answer and tell us, because you need consistency with that sort of performance. Yes, that was good, but you need consistency, and that's going to be key if they're going to be able to make it. For now, let's of course confirm the storyboard and bring it up. That's going to be the overall ranking, where we shall clearly see what the first page is doing. You know what, let the first page do what they do best, because of course it is going to be 4MV leading the charge. They're not going to allow the players of STE to rise up to the occasion from the looks of it, but I'm sure STE are not going to fall back down. With that, as we move on to the fifth spot right there, we've got IHC with 3 chicken dinners of their own, 135 points. Above them is Illuminate True with 5 chicken dinners sitting on the 4th position. So definitely a good week for Illuminate True right there. Same can be said for Leo Esports as well as DEADEYES, guys. But still, there are 2 more games remaining, because the numbers that we see over there in the matches, that is going to be 20 by the end of the day. So right now for IHC, there are 3 games remaining. For Leo Esports also, there are 3 games remaining. So there is still a chance, whereas comparatively, in the first page, all the other teams against them have already played 2 games, and they are only left with 2 games. So there is a high chance that IHC with 135 points might actually be able to climb up from that position into the top 4 itself. But for now, the main draw line is going to be right here on the 12th position, where Venom D is sitting with 85 points.
Well, certainly they have managed to climb the ladder and bring themselves in the top 12. But like you said, the consistency should be there. Otherwise, TRZ might topple over, because TRZ are also having a fantastic day. The way they played in the very first game, they came on the 3rd position. So there is a possibility neck-to-neck competition is going between the plus of Venom D and TRZ. On the other side, High Voltage, well, a disappointing performance from their side in the very first game. But let's hope in the remaining games, which they have in their hands, they do deliver a good performance. But on the bottom, we have Bad Intention, Elementrix with 49 points, Abrupt Slayers. Nothing is working for the players of Abrupt Slayers in this particular week. They're sitting on the 18th spot with 58 points. DRS Esports, even this team, previous week they showcased some good performance, but this time they are sitting on the bottom.
Exactly, and that needs to, of course, well, I wonder if it's actually going to change, because now they aren't left with that many games remaining for them, which in turn puts them in a very difficult position as to what should they do to get those points. Nothing. All they can try and do is just what Bad Intentions did in the previous game. Try and deliver the best play that you can, or go as experimentative as you can, because the rotations coming in from Mabtex were working out fine. But overall, when it comes to the position that they're on, it is still too far low, and the point difference is so far wide that being able to overcome that in the 2 remaining games is going to be next to impossible. But at the same time, again, wish them luck. Fingers crossed, and hopefully they're going to be able to get a perfect game for themselves, or perhaps even a chicken dinner is what we look forward to. But now, with 2 games done, 3 more games remain before we jump on to the bonus map of Vikendi. We need to find out where are we going. Well, we've got, I believe, Miramar coming up next, where group... what group? Do we have Group B not participating, I believe, if I'm not mistaken? No, we do have Group B participating, my apologies. It is going to be Group C, like you said, that will not be playing. So, yeesh, okay. Now this makes it a bit interesting, because Skylights Gaming is not going to be part of this game. DRS Gaming are also not going to be part of this game. Same is the case for Illuminate True as well as NB Esports. And that too on the map of Miramar. All right, well. This day is going to be quite a chaotic one, that's for sure, because the way the maps are playing out, now we've got one final Miramar. We know that Skylight Gaming does it really well when it comes to the rotation on the map. But since they're not playing, well, I don't know. I'm going to have a minute to think. What team do you think, Shadow, will get this chicken dinner in the bag on Miramar?
Well, with Scarlets not being in the picture, the northern front is pretty much clear. Maptex Esports can capitalize, but at the same time, Stalwart Esports and IHC, they also want the points. Okay, I'll go with Stalwart Esports.
All right. Well. I also had the STE in mind because of the resilience that they're showcasing right now to be able to, of course, get that first position in the bag for themselves and confirmed first position in the bag, which is looking very tedious for them for now. At the same point in time, for now, of course, when it comes to the prediction, Shadow, you've anticipated STE getting a chicken dinner. From my side, I would like to go towards T2K. Let's see if this Miramar game is going to go in their favor or not. Again, it's an up in the air sort of a conversation, but I would definitely love to see if T2K can do so, because they need to have, a little bit of that hunger that needs to be showcased, that they were on the top of the leaderboard. That has been stolen away from them. So now it needs to be, of course, their time to answer and retaliate. But will they do so, especially on a map like Miramar, is going to be tough for them. Let's find out though. Let us definitely find out. It all will be focused and based on where the flight path is going to be dictating the zone to be.
Well, certainly the flight path is going to matter a lot, because if teams are going towards their original drop spot, things do tend up going in their favor. But this time, the teams who likes dropping in towards the side of Puerto, Venom, DE, they are up for a very long journey, because flight path is somewhere from the northern side of El Hazard towards the side of El Pozo. So Puerto is not so easily glidable. Venom DE might look for vehicles, or maybe they can head over to the side of Impala, grab the vehicles, grab the basic loot, and then head over to the city of Puerto Peracio. On the other side, again, Maptex Esports going for the northern drop location. That has been their home ground since a very long time. Along with that, we have the players of DE Venom as well going towards the northern side. So Maptex Esports needs to be a bit cautious, and same goes for the players of DE Venom, because on top side, look at his position. He's way too far away from his teammates. His teammates are going somewhere towards north, and he's gliding somewhere towards the south, maybe looking for the vehicle. But still, he also needs to realize that INC demo is also in the close proximity. And yes, on top star is looking for the vehicle, but DE and Maptex, they both need to be a bit cautious of each other.
DE and Maptex being up north, being close to each other, right next to Toremuda, where the zone is going to be. Well, the zone takes itself down south, and with that, we've got the first blood situation taking place right here, where Kreta has been caught out in the open, and he's not the only one, as Domi also does go down from the side of Venom DE. A very difficult conversion right now for Venom DE, as we've got the players of TRZ making a perfect entry into this entire fray, as they get 2 elimination points right off the bat in the game itself, as Ryuk and Relay are the only 2 players from Venom DE that remain. As this continues on, Seal Esports also did lose out on one of their players as well. That was against the players of Elementrix. So, definitely an aggressive start coming in from the side of TRZ. And the momentum definitely seems to be continuing in their favor, as they were able to bring down Venom DE. But right now, moving away from them, we've got the players of Raw Officials against the player of Leo Esports. For now, in the same proximity, we've got Mr. Smokey, who is around in the same area, but it seems like he's got no teammates around in the vicinity. He seems to be all by his lonesome. Perhaps his teammates are going to be around the corner, around the bend maybe. They're on their way to him, because all by his lonesome against Raw Officials, this is going to be a tough conversion for him. But as we continue on with this entire site and, of course, the zone that we are in, Raw Officials, as well as, of course, Leo Esports' Mr. Smokey, will find themselves almost about 600 meters away from the zone. So there, of course, needs to be... there definitely needs to be a rotation that will be showcased from their side. But look at that. STE, Stalwart Esports, as I say, taking shots against Elementrix as Astra. Elementrix took on and brought down the player of Seal Esports, but right now it seems like they have a little bit of trouble of their own that needs to deal with. Along with that, we've got TRZ with the momentum going in their favor. Can they get another teammate down? That's going to be Venom. No, not going to be the case. Venom DE, he's going to be able to retaliate, as Venom DE is going to be able to, of course, bring in a few more points to himself, as well as we've got STE bringing down the numbers of the players of Elementrix, and they get eliminated altogether itself. Again, this is turning into quite a chaos from one side, one fight to the other as we jump in across. So many teams are losing out on their individual players. And all in all, it seems like Venom DE's perfect push right there against TRZ has resulted in TRZ losing out on one of the players. Or perhaps that would be actually two. Yeah, so it is going to be two players brought down from the side of TRZ as well. Venom DE do get eliminated, but they do take out their revenge as well. They lost two of their players thanks to TRZ. They ended up, of course, retaliating, which gave them an exit from the lobby, but they got 2 defeat points and pushed, of course, TRZ to a 2-man squad.
Well, consistency was very important for the plus of Venom DE, and with only 2 points to the name, Venom DE are not going to be so happy at all. On the other side, Stalwart Esports up for a very good head start, 3 defeat points already in their favor. But with that, I want to ask you, Blotter, what are the chances of Elementrix? Yes, we do have week number 3 remaining, but Elementrix right now is sitting on the 19th spot with 133 points. Deadeye guys on the 16th with 151 points. What are the chances of Elementrix making it into the grand finals with this kind of performance?
It is looking very, very tough. Let's be absolutely brutal and honest about it. Elementrix did showcase one good day, but that was all that we saw from them. And that's not what we want to be able to see from a team like Elementrix, but that's what the case has been. And today being the final day of week 5 itself puts them in a very difficult position, and in fact, an impossible position is what I'm going to say. Because they started the day off with the 19th position with 49 points. And as the day continues on, it's not really aggressing or pushing on their point structure as well. So a difficult PMPL for SA for Elementrix this time around. But hey, you can definitely hope. And that hope, I'm sure, will push the team to try and deliver a decent performance in the upcoming games. But yeah, it is definitely looking very, very tough for them.
Certainly, it is looking tough for them, and I hope they recover and showcase some good performance in the coming week, because Elementrix, well, this is a big organization and a very experienced players, so I want to see them in top 10 or top 5 somewhere, not at the bottom of the leaderboard. On the other side, talking about the plus of Leo Esports, few inconsistency was showcased from the side of Leo Esports, but now they have recovered, and Liquid is finding good knocks onto the plus of Seal and gets a confirmation onto Center as well, and Soulless has also been eliminated. So Seal Esports down to a single player, not looking good at all this game for the plus of Seal Esports as well. So many early casualties, so many early fights are happening. Even for the plus of TRZ, they have been reduced to 2-man squad. But good thing is Venom DE, they have been eliminated. So there is still a chance for the plus of TRZ to transition themselves in top 12. So this is a good news for the plus of TRZ. Bad news for the plus of Venom DE. Now TRZ, 4 elimination points. They have to go for more points, because like I said, it's going to be so very close for them to be in the top 12 against the plus of Venom D. It's not going to be so easy.
Well, again, with a 2-man squad for TRZ this time around, it's going to be difficult getting those points, though. Let's see if they decide to just make a run for it in this game, or they try and decide to play it safe. Though that again will be answered later on in the game. For now, we've got the players of Mavitex on our screens taking shots against another team. And I believe that is DEADEYES, guys, if I'm not mistaken. But again, quite a lot of distance between these two. At the same point, we spoke about Mavitex and their storyboard as far as the leaderboard is concerned and the points they've been able to accumulate. Now, if this game also does not go in their favor with a decent elimination point game, then it is going to be, again, impossible for them to jump into the top 12 for the bonus game. But looking at the map itself, smack in the center at Picardo, we've got High Voltage in a really good position for themselves. Of course, we do have the players of T2K along with ASL that are also pretty much in a decent position in the center of the zone. But the 2-man split coming in from the players of T2K could turn out to be trouble. At the same time, let's see if at all the curveball shift can be thrown from the zone for these teams, and it will move on towards the northern side. I'm sure Mavitex as well as STE are going to be very, very happy with that shift. IHC find themselves in a really good spot as well. But again, the zone going so small with 13 teams remaining, the fights are about to start erupting. They've already been going on, but now they're just going to go absolutely bonkers. because from the north we've got so many big names and teams. From the east we've got IHC. From south or from the west we've got Bad Intentions also jumping in towards the zone. And from the south there are so many teams as well. So this is going to be a really difficult conversion, and getting a chicken dinner with so many teams around you, surrounding you, it is still up in the grabs for any of these teams. For now, of course, STE, TRZ have the momentum in their favor with 3 and 4 eliminations respectively for themselves. But all the other teams, they've been quiet till now. With all 4 players from all the teams still surviving. The only team in the 13 teams that are remaining in the lobby that have taken a knock or a drop are TRZ with the two-man army from their side. Apart from that, every other team, all the 12 teams, have all the 4 players remaining. So, yeah, this is going to be a very, very brutal Miramar on this battleground.
Yeah, I agree. TRC, they don't have the numbers, but the previous circle was in their favor. Now with the circle shift, they can enter inside the safety net of the circle from the complete eastern side. They have a clear free pathway. So I'm not so worried about the plus of TRC as long as they don't overcome it. But right now, the plus of Stalwart Esports, Leo Liquid with a vehicle run over gets a confirmation onto one of the player of Stalwart Esports. Now Stalwart Esports down to only 3 players, but T2 CEO with that AKM is also going to knock down Charlie and get the confirmation as well on Abrupt Slayers. Well, Abrupt Slayers lost 1 player, not looking good at all. East also falls down from the vehicle and knocks himself down. On the other side, Sandesh has been picked off by the players of Abrupt Slayer, but this is going to be Gangsta who gets the confirmation, and Gangsta also gets down. Now it's only Jane along with Drake against the players of Abrupt Slayers. 3 players, Abrupt Slayers don't have the numbers, and T2K, they are looking so very strong as Vishal also goes down, and Abrupt Slayers looks like the entire team has been eliminated. No, 1 player is still remaining and he's way too far away. And T2K, well, they have to deal with the brunt of the players of IHC who are somewhere on the uphill trying to do a third party.
Absolutely, as High Voltage find that higher ground. For now, they are going to be very much in control of this fight, as they've got the information. But for High Voltage, again, the trouble is going to be that they are at the edge of the zone. For now, it is working perfectly. The 2-man split coming in from High Voltage definitely working in their favor. But as soon as this zone takes a shift, the stage moves on to the next 3rd stage. That is when High Voltage are going to have to leave the high ground, and that can very well turn into a bit of a trouble for them maybe. But let's see if it all till then Raw officials are going to stick around this rock or not. As we move ahead, of course, we can hear quite a lot of shots being thrown from the side of High Voltage. High Voltage has a lot of information. That's the best part. And that information, if utilized well, because they've got a 2-man split, can very well be a thorn for other teams that are making a rotation. As we've got Jiggle along with his teammate right over there in that compound, and Malik and Assassin on top of this rock right here, on top of this mountain right here, right at the edge of the zone, are getting a lot of information. But as of yet, they have not been able to get a single defeat point. So it is going to be a not trouble, but a slow start for High Voltage.
Agreed, it is going to be a slow start. At the same time, they are on the periphery of the circle, but look at the amount of rotations that are coming from the southern and the western front, and surviving those rotations with this kind of split. Yes, High Voltage can capitalize on the information, but at the same time, if any direct rush come towards the players, well, High Voltage at that moment, it is going to be a bit difficult for them, because I can already see the plus of Raw official Bad Intention as well. Thankfully, the plus of 4MV are not heading in their direction, so they are safe from that particular southern angle. On the other side, Godless takes down Rare from the side of TRZ, and TRZ, they need the numbers, they need a good gameplay, but Decree is going to retaliate, and with that UMP45 is going to take down 1 player from the side of IHC. But now Alex with that UMP45, the Molotov is going to stop in his tracks, but on the other side, he's going to get the confirmation onto Rare X. Goes from the back angle, trying to take down Degree, but Degree, does he has any idea? Yes, he does, and he takes a jump from the window, trying to deliver hefty damage onto Alex, and he's going to deliver it as well, but his teammate will save him with that. TRZ goes down, and IHC, well, they have managed to get good defeat points in their favor. On the other side, we have Bad Intention going up against the plus of Raw Officials, and looks like Raw Officials, all the 3 players have been dropped down, and now Alpha is going for the confirmation, but the question is, where is the 4th player? At the same time, Bad Intention Alpha, they have to go for the revival onto Shoykot. At the same time, Liquid is also doing a 3rd party onto the plus of Bad Intention. Things are not looking good at all for Bad Intention right now.
The week itself has not been merry for the side of Bad Intentions, that's for sure. And now with, of course, so many players working against them, they have been brought down to, of course, a one-man squad. Or make that too, of course, they seem to be able to get a revival at the edge of the zone. At the same point of time, right now, we do have Raw Officials getting eliminated from the lobby. So 11 teams remaining with 36 players in this game. It is anybody's to grab. But which side is this going to go? Sidham jumping in to the fray against the players of 4MV, in fact, as it was Desert X who took on shots against 4MB. But look at that, IHC are still part of the fight. IHC with the 3-man squad are creating a flanks right there. As we can see, the sign color from the southeastern side of the zone itself, from Minas, they're making an entry. But Bad Intentions, again, they're taking quite a lot of damage right here thanks to the Blues. Shoykot and Alpha, they're being very, very quiet. Right here, Shoykot with final first stage remaining on towards him. And this being stage number 4, that's going to move into stage number 5, and 4 to 500 meters that they need to cover. This is going to be very, very difficult for Bad Intentions to survive, all based on the first stage itself. And look at Alpha, he has a level 3 helmet and a level 3 vest right there. Ouch moment right there for Alpha, for he's not going to be able to utilize that for much longer, as the damage is just keeps on increasing. But again, that is what the battleground does. That is what the PUBG Mobile is. That is what the storyline is going to be. If you're going to be caught out in the Blues, things are not going to be looking good for you. For T2K, looking at the way they've got a very spread out approach right here. Jane from one side, Suyog in center in the graveyard region, along with, of course, their teammate taking a completely different compound. 3-man army and a 3-man split coming in from T2K. Well, again, that is, they've got balls, that's for sure, because this is quite an extended split coming in from them. And that in turn, as we talk about it again and again, if one player gets caught or spotted, then the entirety of the team, who are only a 3-man squad themselves, are going to have a tough luck in this game.
Certainly, it is going to be tough for them, but right now T2K, they do have a good compound to their name, but they have to be a bit cautious because 4MV might try and challenge them in the compound and try to take hold of it. That is where even the plus of IHC can do a good third party in the situation if that happens. But right now 4MV, they are looking pretty cool and comfortable on the periphery of the circle. T2K still having a good control of the compound, but DEADEYES guy as well, they have picked up the plus of IHC, and on top serve with a perfect Kar 98 shot takes down Zoel. Rick is still looking in the direction of the plus of IHC, but can the plus of DEADEYES get the confirmation? Looks like the answer is no, because the help is already there. The revival process has already been started. At the same time, Sitim Esports, well, they do have certain height advantage. Okay, and I'm sorry, it was not 4MV, it was Sitim Esports. Well, Sitim can move towards the side of T2K, but they do have the height advantage as well. Let's see if they can capitalize on it.
Indeed, and what a perfect spray coming in right here from the side of East from 4MV as he takes down the players of Bad Intentions, and Bad Intentions Alpha, well, it seems like the helmet and the vest helped him out eventually. But not for long, of course, as he does get taken down thanks to the spray coming in from 4MV, and 4MV are just getting started. East, with that first knock and elimination, defeat point converted, is the only defeat point that 4MV have been able to accumulate thus far as we reach closer and closer towards stage 5. So, slow poking approach coming in from 4MV, not the playstyle that we've seen from them. At the same time, it might just work out in their favor because so many teams, so many big names have been eliminated, and the way that 4MV is entering the zone from the southwestern side, it is looking like very much in contestation, because right above them is going to be High Voltage, and High Voltage has absolutely no idea 4MV is around this exact same rock, as well as Prabeen is busy with his Carl, trying to take on shots, but sadly not being able to convert them into any knocks. Hold on, it seems like High Voltage's Malik has an idea. He's also got a level 3 vest and of course a level 3 helmet, but can he utilize that to stop East, as East was trying to get closer and closer to get onto the mountain itself? That is in contention for the High Voltage. Now for High Voltage as well, as we were talking about it earlier, the zone has moved away, and slowly but surely this Blues is also going to be catching up to them. So they are going to have to make a real quick rotation out of this one. As 4MV downstairs are just eagerly but patiently waiting for high voltage to jump down. As soon as they do, it could very well be 4MV pouncing on. Oh, wait. What do we have over here? Gino jumping in to try and give a little bit of a revival onto his teammate, but it seems like he himself will be dropped down as he does. High voltage assassin up on top. Apex tried to steal that kill away. You cheeky little devil, not going to be allowed, it seems like. But East has been able to make an entry. He has been able to make an opening right there as he takes on shots against the players of high voltage. One of the players has been eliminated, but same trade has been brought on to 4MV's players as well, as Apex does go down. So tough conversion right here. But East, quite a brilliant approach from him. Hey, but look at that. Bad Intention's final player can very well be a little bit of trouble right there. But never mind that. Refuses DBS is going to be doing the deed, and that in turn will be the elimination of Bad Intention. They get eliminated on the 11th position. Now we're left with only 31 players, 10 teams in total. But this stalemate, where exactly is this going to go between high voltage and 4MV?
Well, high voltage and 4MV, one team on the on the top of the leaderboard. 4MV looking so very strong, but they don't have the good position right now in this particular fight. At the same time, we have Leo Esports in the close proximity, so there is a chance of a third party also happening. But look at the mini map. Stalwart Esports, well, they are right in the epicenter of the circle with a good compound to their name. So this could be a good game for the players of Stalwart Esports. This is the game to lose from the looks of the circle and from the position which they are in. On the other side, Naptex Esports, well, they're trying to move inside the circle from northern front, where the players of DEADEYES are placed perfectly to do gatekeep them, but refuse with the vehicle, trying to make a quick escape, but that won't be allowed, as Malik with an M416 is going to take him down. An instant precise spray and instant confirmation also coming in onto refuse. With that, Abrupt Slayers has also been eliminated and from the lobby. Now we are left with only 9 teams, 27 players remaining, but Maptex Esports Wally is going to take down Zoil, but Malik is not stopping. He's looking for more points, defeat points. In that over aggression, Doc is going to take him down, and with that the numbers of high voltage are also dwindling down, and Doc is still fighting. But the question is, where is East? East is also engaged in a fight as he's taking some hefty damage, but 4MV, they have managed to eliminate the entirety of high voltage. But Valley is also in a close frontal battle with the players of DEADEYES, and looks like Maptex Esports has annihilated the entire squad of DEADEYE guys.
Well, and with that, the journey continues on forth right now. Leo Esports, they seem to be the one leading a charge with, of course, all 4 players, 7 eliminations confirmed for themselves. Mabitex Esports with 1 knock confirmed for them. Baron is going to be dropped down. Hopefully should be able to get a revival. Or will he? Well, we shall see. But right now, again, Mabitex also going to be in a very decent position from the northern side in the center. Well, kind of in the center. We've got STE looking comfortable for themselves for now. But how long is that going to extend? Because after having eliminated high voltage, they did lose out on one of their players as well. So STE finding themselves in the open area in the center are a 3-man squad against a 4-man army of Leo Esports. And looking at Leo Esports, they've yet to enter the zone. They've got a 2-man split coming in from the high grounds. Look at that. From one side is going to be Mr. Smokey and Slipknot, where of course Kese with the Mini 14 in his hand is trying to deliver some cheeky punches and knocks, but sadly has not been able to do so just yet. T2K are still part of this fight, and T2K are in close proximity actually against the players of IHC, and IHC decide to move away from that area in the compound, or are they going to be creating a flank angle, I wonder? Demo and Zul getting closer and closer to the players of Mabitex. Does IHC know Mabitex is right over there, right in the backgrounds? Ooh, IHC got no idea where should they go. Zul is just doing a drive-by basically. Or maybe he's just trying to while away time because he's waiting. He wants the other teams to take on fights as he knows that he's just a 3-man squad army. But with that, 4MV get eliminated thanks to Stalwart Esports. As Stalwart Esports now take on their shots and sprays against the players of Leo Esports, as Leo Esports have been damaged as well. One of the players has already been knocked down and one has been eliminated. Mr. Smokey, the player who's knocked. And now goes another one. Liquid also goes down. Leo Esports, the team that had a really good momentum going in their favor, seems like has been stolen away from the players of STE. But right now it's going to be IHC bringing down the players of T2K as well, as Jane goes down. T2K are down to a 2-man squad who are not wanting to take on this fight whatsoever at all. Just a minute ago we saw IHC deciding, or maybe they were just deciding at that point in time, should they take on this fight or not? And eventually they decided, yes, they will. And that is exactly where they jump on against the compound of T2K, where we spoke about it. T2K, they had a really long split going on, a very extended split going on. And that in turn has resulted in them losing out on one of the players. Now again, IHC pushed on to the cemetery itself, the graveyard itself, where we've got Rig along with his teammate Yog. Well, will they be able to cover each other? This is a difficult position for T2K to be in. But at the same point of time, from the backlines, we can see Mabitex are going to be jumping into this entire fray as well. So a 3-team compound is what this is going to be turning out to be. With a 3-team approach coming in from IHC and a 4-man army from Mabitex. This is still going to be an up in the air sort of a conversation. Will IHC be able to dominate? Or maybe from the flank angles and the numbers advantage, Mabitex might be able to get this game. Let's find out.
Rig, look at his position. He's surrounded by the players of IHC and Mabitex Esports. And soon the circle might go away from him. And Rick, how can he survive? Sooner or later, someone is going to spot him because Mabitex and IHC both know there is a player from the side of T2K. And Rick comes out in the open. Perfect Molotov came from the side of Leo, making Rick, forcing Rick to come out in the open. This grenade can be deadly, but Rick is also retaliating with a grenade. But right on his face, Rick has been eliminated, and so are the players of T2K. Mabitex Esports gets 1 defeat point in their favor, and T2K, well, they leave the lobby at the 5th spot. Now we are down to only 4 teams and 11 players remaining. Yes, Mabitex Esports, they do have the numbers, they have a good position, but they don't have the circle. IHC, they also have to leave the safety of the compounds and have to move inside the circle, where the players of Stalwart Esports are waiting for them. The patience which the players of Stalwart Esports showcase, the good rotation, the good position inside the circle from the side of IGL as well, has resulted in a good position in the very final circle, in the stage 7 circle. This is looking so very promising for the players of Stalwart Esports, because IHC and Mabitex Esports, well, maybe they can go up against each other, and looks like they're already doing so, as Zoel was trying to pip a few bullets in the direction of Kese, and looks like Kese has been reduced to a bit of 20-30 HP. So yes, Mabitex Esports not looking so very good right now, because Leo Esports, look at the position of Slipknot Blotter.
Well, Slipknot is in a slippery slope right there, because from one side it's going to be Mabitex, from the other it's going to be IHC, in front is going to be Stalwart Esports, and Slipknot is going to be losing out on his life. But not long before he himself jumps into the opportunity and takes down Mabitex's player, at least he does end up getting a little bit of damage from that entire spray. But of course, eventually will be eliminated. With 8 eliminations, Leo Esports is definitely having a good day today. But right now, between these 3 teams, IHC, Stalwart Esports, and Mabitex, it is of course the king of the Mongolian region right now who will get this chicken dinner. But who will it be? Of course, the Mabitex team have numbers advantage going in their favor. And what a perfect spray from Leo, resulting in, of course, Godless going down. A very big player from IHC goes down. Thus, the numbers advantage from, of course, Leo has, of course, my apologies, from Mabitex has resulted in them being in a really good positioning. But now it's going to be all up against Stalwart Esports, as IHC is a 2-man squad, and 2-man squad pushed on to the edge are going to be sprayed on upon, not only from one side but from the other, from Mabitex as well. As we can see, the 2-man split coming in from Mabitex. One side is going to be Baron along with his teammate, and on the other, on the backlines, we've got, of course, Leo as well as Wally taking shots against IHC, as IHC do get dropped down. Zeol gets eliminated. One final player remaining. That's going to be Demo from IHC, and he takes on shots against Baron as well. But while that fight takes place, Stalwart Esports is slowly but surely just inching on ahead to get closer and closer towards the chicken dinner. And now it's a 3v4 situation. That is if Baron gets that timely revival.
Certainly, it's a very crucial revival for the players of Mabitex Esports. On the other side, Stalwart Esports is there with a buggy, is going for the flank angle onto Kese over there, but Leo with the buggy is going for the rescue mission onto the fallen teammate, and looks like Stalwart Esports, they're all already hoping and expecting that the revival process has been started. Now the angles which the players of Stalwart Esports are holding, IC is having a good cover for himself, good compound to his name. They're having the maximum control of the circle. Things are looking promising for the players of Stalwart Esports, despite having the numbers disadvantage. Tops on the other side, with the use of throwables, is looking for a knock onto maybe Baron or Leo. But that's not going to happen, as the distance is way too much. But Zed with that M416, he can bring that opening, and he's trying to get a glimpse onto Leo, but Leo is not moving an inch.
He's not moving an inch at all, and he does not need to move an inch, of course, right now. Because after all, when it comes to the play that is being made from Stalwart Esports, they are the ones who are going to have to somehow just get into a fight against Mabitex, because Mabitex have the cover in their favor. They've got the zone in their favor. All in all this brings down to is who will get the first knock. It is a 4v3 situation after all, where Leo, Wally, of course, Kesse, along with Baron, have perfect covers for themselves. And that nade jumping in right here will do damage. No, it will not, as Ners just falls back a little. But at the same time, right now, it is all going to be brought down to how exactly will Stalwart be able to dominate, because the numbers are not going to be in their favor, and that nade dropped on is going to be the opening that, of course, Mavitex needed, and seems like Mavitex, the game, is going to be theirs. They do take a loss as well as Kesse goes down, so an equal amount of trade, but still the numbers are going to be favoring the players of Mavitex, as they've got a 3v2 situation on their hands. Stalwart Esports is icy, along with, of course, his teammate Tops is getting closer and closer through that smoke across that small little road, but will that be enough for Tops to be able to make a perfect entry into this area where Mavitex's players are looking very good, but it's not going to be the one, because Leo on the other side from Mavitex creates a perfect opportunity and utilizes that flank angle, and the cover fire results in the team of Mavitex Esports walking away with an incredible chicken dinner for themselves. Hooray indeed for the fans of Mavitex Esports, because after all, the team needed to bring in this sort of point structure for themselves, and from this game they are going to be walking out with 11 total eliminations, and of course with 10 chicken dinner points. 21 in total find themselves on the 10th in the overall ranking. Hello and welcome back once again right here at PMPL South Asia, where of course the journey continues on week number 2, day number 5, where indeed this is the craziest game that took place right now. Of course, it was so very important for Mavitex to be able to convert a chicken dinner for themselves. Same was the case for Leo Esports as well, and they had a really good run. Slipknot extended his life basically in the battleground for as long as he possibly could, but in the end, of course, that could only be that one team with the numbers advantage going in their favor, and that was Mavitex Esports taking a chicken dinner. Stalwart Esports tried their level best. I'd say from the angle that they jumped into the fight, it was just not right, because after all, at the same point of time, it was Stalwart Esports and Mavitex all defined together against IHC. So a tough luck situation definitely it was over there. But as we continued on forth, of course, the journey still continues. They've got a few teams who are left with one single game remaining for themselves. At the same point of time, right now, we're going to be jumping in with a question and, of course, a conversation with Shadow, who is my co-caster as well as the analyst on the rest. Let's, of course, bring her right here, right next to me on the stage as we talk about the MVP.
Well, thank you so much, Plotter. And the MVP is going to be Leo OP from the side of Mavitex Esports with 7 eliminations of his own, 754 damage, 1 assist, 348 healing stuns. Yes, the healing done number is a bit high, but Mavitex Esports, they were engaged in so many fights. They were fighting with the blue as well at one point. So yes, that could be the reason. But overall, Mavitex Esports, they played it to perfection. OP has credit has to be given to him because of the high elimination number and the way he was able to create some opening. But in the final fight, Stalwart Esports were not having too many throwables in their hands. They had good smokes, but the grenades, the molotovs were missing completely. On the other side, for Mavitex Esports, Baron was having 5 nades, 3 molotovs. So they were looking pretty loaded in terms of the resources. But in the top players, we have Liquid also from the side of Leo Esports with 6 elimination of his own.
And with that, we move on ahead towards the match summary, of course. Highest elimination going in favor of Leo OP, which is going to be 7, followed along with Liquid. That's going to be 6 right there from Leo Esports, of course, Liquid. But as we move on ahead towards the side of STE, we've got Tops with the highest damage, and then comes in Kesse, of course, Leo OP's teammate, with the highest amount of assists going in his favor. Talking about the entire game itself, we have Mabatex Esports getting the chicken dinner in their favor, 21 total points compared to Stalwart Esports' second position right here with 13 total points is what they got. So Mabatex Esports, they had the momentum in the bag, and all they needed was a conversion, and that they did so perfectly this time around.
Certainly on the bottom, this time we have the players of Deadeye guys. Inconsistency. This is something Deadeye guys needs to deal with. Otherwise, Deadeyes are showcasing very good performance in week number 2 in few of the games. Elementrix Esports, Misery continues sitting on the 15th with only a single point. Seal Esports, again, inconsistency coming in, sitting on the 14th with only a single point. Raw Officials, this day is not going good for the players of Raw Officials, sitting on the 13th with just a single point. Abrupt Slayers also with only a 1 point to their name. But Venom DE, this game was so very crucial for the players of Venom DE, and they've got only 2 points. Let's see where they stand in the overall ranking. Are they still in the top 12, or TRZ has toppled them over?
We shall find out most certainly. In just a matter of minutes, we are going to be moving ahead to talk about that. But look at Deadeyes, guys. Again, I mean, one good game, and the next one they jump down to the 16th position. So definitely not the team that we anticipated from them, not the gameplay that rather we anticipated from them on this final day of week 2. But hey, that's okay, because after all, they've got week 3 to work with as well. But yeah, every single game in week 3, the pressure point is going to be so very on point and on top of them. And that is something they are going to have to be very, very careful of as to how do they want to approach the entirety of the games in week 2. But for now, again, they're trying, but that is the best thing that they can do, which is to keep trying their level best and push on to get as many points in every single game that they possibly could.
Certainly, every single team is trying, and yes, you have to qualify for the bonus match. At the same time, teams are struggling to qualify for the grand finals. Teams who are sitting on the bottom, like the players of Bad Intention, Elementrix, they are sitting on the bottom in the overall ranking, and only top 16 teams will make it into the grand finals. And if you don't get the chance to qualify for the grand finals, well, your bank balance won't get bigger, because the prize money is for the grand finals. A major chunk of the prize money is in the grand finals, so you have to qualify, and consistency is the key. If you're consistent from now only, then you can easily qualify. But looking at the schedule, now we are heading towards the map of Sanhok, a very aggressive map where the players of Group B will be sitting out. And at the same time, prediction, Lotter, which team you think will get this one?
Well, we've got Group B setting out this time around, so that means Stalwart Esports, Abrupt Slayers, TRZ, as well as Deadeyes guys are not going to be part of the fight on the map of Sanhok. That does also mean that all the other teams, there is an all-out war that could be brought on, or maybe a single team that will be able to obliterate the opponents. Now, on the map of Sanhok, again, I would love to be able to see what the players of T2K are going to be able to do. Can they get a chicken dinner or not? But all in all, for this one, I would say DRS is where my hopes are going to lie, because I have not... hold on. Group C is not even... DRS is not even playing this one. What am I... They are playing. Yeah. Yes, all right, there we go. I was just wanted to confirm that, and they are playing. So DRS is where my pick is going to be. I want to be able to see them have at least one good game for the day.
You just read my mind, because I was also about to predict DRS, because DRS tend to perform really good in the map of Sanhok. Okay, with the DRS not there, I'll go with Mabatex Esports then.
Mabatex also, again, I mean, they have a lot of pressure that they are dealing with right now, but they're utilizing it to perfection and converting it into points. That is the most important thing that they can do, and they're doing it gracefully. At the same point, now the consistency is where the question is. That seems to be missing from them, right?
Sorry to cut you off, but I would like to change my prediction. I want to go with Stalwart Esports, because Mabatex had their fair share of victory. Now it's time for Stalwart Esports, I think.
All right, there we go. And we shall see.
Are they playing? No, they are not playing. Okay. Then I'll go with Mabatex Esports.
Mabatex Esports, all right. Well. I'm sure the producer has locked our predictions in. as we move in with the game itself. And the flight path on our screens is going to be a 4v4 tile right now, a small little map. That means equally exciting opportunities for each and every single team to be able to, of course, participate in good fights and bad fights. That is what the map of Sanhok does to you. You are going to be, of course, obliterated. You are going to be the ones obliterating your opponents. And then, as you're taking on those fights, there will be a third team that'll jump on into the odd queues and, of course, try and steal away the glory and get those elimination points in the bag for themselves. That is what the map of Sanhok is. But the biggest question right now is the fact that Paradise Resort is open, because oh well, no, it is not open. We've got the players of I8 and NB once again. Once again, they want to be going up against each other. All right, they've still not decided the ego fights that take on the Paradise Resort. They still seem to be continuing on. Well, once we've seen, actually, they both jump onto Paradise Resort, get their loot, and then completely go separate ways. So will that happen today? Highly unlikely, because it seems like a rivalry is definitely brewing between those two. But will this be the situation where we will see a first blood? Yep, there it is. Director takes us directly to Paradise Resort and NB Esports against the players of I8. And I8 are going to be outside, where NB Esports are within the compound itself. So I8 right now, Viper and Sky going for a flank angle, or are they falling back from the entire Paradise Resort drop? I hope it's the latter, actually, because NB Esports, they're looking very comfortable. They've got a decent amount of loot set up for themselves as well. And since I8 actually dropped outside the compound, I wonder if they actually even have any weapons on them. So the best decision for them would be to fall back from this area. And mate, you need to get that gun reloaded. He was just patiently waiting. There we go. Sek has finally gotten that reloaded as well. As we move away from that team towards 4MV, they are going to be finding themselves at Painan with a two-man split coming in. No team they need to worry about just yet, for they are all by their lonesome. But again, this DBS meta that we're looking at again and again. The DBS meta makes it so very tricky to, of course, go up against, and especially in a map like Sanhok, where the teams are going to be able to utilize it. Though for now, it has been a little bit of a slow start, because we've seen earlier in week 1 as well as week 2 actually on the map of Sanhok, right off the bat in the first minute itself, a few shots have taken place. A few teams have actually taken exit as well from the lobby. But this time around, it honestly is seeming like I have jinxed the entirety of the day, because it is turning out to be a very, very slow start to the game once again.
Well, it's a slow Sanhok, but I have a question. What is the player of T2K Rig doing towards the side of cave? I hope it's by mistake, because he's all by himself around the cave area, where the players of DE, Venom are. Leo Esports is also present over there, where the rest of his teammates are towards the side of Mongai. The split that is coming from the side of T2K, I hope this happened by mistake, or he forgot to follow his leader or something. I really hope this was by mistake, because he's not in a safe territory at all right now. He needs to regroup with his teammates as soon as possible. On the other side, talking about Sitim Esports, well, they are towards the Camp Alpha Island. We have the players of High Voltage as well. Sitim, they have to go for early rotation, because it's not going to be so easy to cross that river bank, because if they try and to do so from the boot camp area, well, maybe the players of Raw officials will welcome them. If they try and cross it from the side of Painan, Elementrix is also there, 4MV is also there, and if DRS decides to go for early rotation, they're also present over there. But Steel Rock is going to find one of the player of I8. Well, I8, they had no idea that Rock is in that very compound, and because of which it has resulted in the numbers of I8 being reduced to only a 3-man squad. Series was going to be a bit happy, and now ROG is expecting some fight, because the players of I8 might rush in towards their compound, or maybe not, because I8 also looking and aiming for a winner-winner chicken dinner. So Series Sports better be careful. Yes, they do have the resources. When it comes to resources, Sanhok is the best map. You're never short of those resources.
Absolutely, always, because after all, it's a small map. You're easily able to transfers from one side of the map to the other, and you got so many compounds to go through that automatically you are going to be, of course, filling up your bag. But for now, as you move away towards the players of the real soldiers, Where are the real soldiers at when it comes to the leaderboard itself? Let me just quickly find that out right here. DRS are going to be sitting on the 6th spot with 130 points. Definitely can do better, as we did discuss this earlier at the start of the day as well. They're still sitting on the 6th spot, same as before. IHC above them on the 5th. But on our screens, it's going to be Raw Officials and Zordy with, of course, a DBS in his hand. He wants to be able to take on the players of Venom DE, and a perfect push coming in against Relay. This could be the opening that Zordy needed from Raw Officials, but is he all by himself, or is there another team right there with a perfect DBS action? 2 players from the side of Venom DE go down, make that 3, as now 1 final player remaining. He's not even in the compound, he's at the back angles, at the flank angles. That's going to be Domi, and the nade has been played to perfection coming in from Yeta Uta, and that will be the annihilation and domination that was needed from Raw Officials against a team like Venom DE. That was exhilarating play coming in from Raw Officials. What a play, mate. I mean, that is just perfect. Where was this sort of action missing? We've seen this sort of action from them before. When the team plays synergistically, this is exactly what they need to do every single game. And there is going to be a chance for them to jump in to the top 16 and even, okay, well, top 12, maybe a little too far out there. But being in the top 16 to play the grand finals, there is definitely a chance for Raw Officials.
Well, Venom DE just said hello to Shotgun DBS and goodbye from the game, but they are not going to be happy at all, because Venom DE, every single game matters to them. They have to survive in top 12, they have to be in top 12, and Raw Officials looks like they have kind of ruined their game. But Venom DE, well, they fail. But right now, again, a surprise is coming for the plus of IHC, as Demo has been taken down by Soulless. But at UMP45, these SMGs are so potent and powerful in the close range, and that is how Seal Esports, well, they are capitalizing, and now they have managed to get 2 defeat points in their favor. On the other side, IHC, they have to approach very cautiously, because in the map of Sanhok, you have to be prepared for those surprises coming in, those little shacks, those little compounds. Anyone could be hiding, like the way Jiggle was there, and Elementrix Incus has managed to take Jiggle down, and now High Voltage, they have also been reduced to 3-man squad, and High Voltage, they're at the mercy of the blue. And Elementrix, again, in the map of Sanhok, going for a bridge camp. Last time they did it in the map of Erangel. This resulted in their early demise. Let's hope this time their bridge camp goes successful.
Let's see if it'll be the case or not. I just hope history does not repeat itself for Elementrix. After all, they need those points, and they keep on doing this sort of a strategy approach. Which again, for now, let's see how is it going to play out. I'm not going to jinx anything. I'm not going to say anything. I just keep my fingers crossed and hope for the best. With that, we've got T2K Sandesh going down, thanks to, of course, NB Esports' play, as trades take place between T2K and NB Esports. On the other side, on our screens, we've got I8 against the players of IHC, where Novax has got out all by himself. He does take on 2 shots against the players of IHC and brings down the players. This is incredible conversion from him, but now it's Godless against him, and he jumps on to take on the shots, but Novax all by his own, so I'm not going to be able to do much. It was a DBS against DBS, but now it's Godless against the 2 players of I8, where indeed Godless has been able to dictate the fight. Of course, 2 of his teammates were lost to the cause. Zeol has already been dropped down. Will he be able to get a revival? It seems highly unlikely, as Illuminate Cruz. Viper has brought that nade to perfection, and there we go. Of course, Zeol goes down. Godless with almost 50% health, already obliterated from him. With a DBS in his hand, he might just be able to take this fight, but it is all down to how Viper wants to react in all of this, because these are the only 2 lads from their teams. It's a 1v1 situation between both of them. A DBS could very well do a lot of damage right here. Wherein Viper should be careful, but can he deliver a passive spray and burst damage right here to Godless? For now, that's not taking place. The DBS is so much of help talk right now, but sadly, none of them are getting connected. Oh, the reload. This is going to be taking so much time. None of them want to be able to utilize a nade right now, because after all, it could go very well against them, and that in turn, of course, will be the end of Illuminate Crew. Illuminate Crew's player right there had a very good idea as to how you wanted to approach this, but Godless, kudos to this man. Of course, you have to give props where it's deserved. All by his lonesome, getting that extended reload. You saw even those few seconds. I mean, that is just enough for the final player of I8 to be able to drop him dead, but that did not take place. Of course, Godless got the better half of that fight, but now he's all by his lonesome. With that, of course, we saw Seal Esports take on shots and sprays and brought down the player of, I believe, T2K.
Certainly, it was T2K, and T2K have been reduced to a single man. But DBS supremacy coming in from all these players, the way they're able to clutch and able to bring down the number of the opponents by DBS. Seal Esports, well, they're still sticking to those SMGs. But yes, Godless, we have seen from the side what Godless can do. And this time, well, he couldn't survive for very long as he was the only man standing. And now IHC, after valiant effort from the side of Godless, have been eliminated at the 14th spot. Now Sitim Esports, well, they have good compound, looking comfortable but high voltage. Well, they are also in the close proximity, and Sitim Esports, they do have an idea where exactly the players are. Perfect spray comes in from Dobu, takes out Assassin from moving vehicle, and now Assassin instant confirmation has been made. Malik and Praveen, the only two men standing. What can they do when the numbers are not in their favor? Praveen also taking damage from the set of 0. Sitim are looking so strong in this particular fight. The numbers are favoring them. Praveen down to 20 HP. For how long can he survive? Well, Sitim Esports, they can't cross that riverbank area in the open field. And high voltage, well, they better don't peek again. But Seal Esports now, Becca has been taken down by the plus of NB Esports with a grenade, and Fistboy gets a confirmation. But Becca grenade also managed to take down one player from the side of NB Esports. Before he get the confirmation, he has been eliminated.
Indeed, that is true. As we push on ahead, the fights continue on through with Skylights Gaming, no fear. Through the smoke, trying to take down Soulless from Seal Esports. And looking at the zone again, quite a lot of colors being showcased right there in the center of that zone. Still anybody's game for the moment. And so many teams yet to enter into the zone. Seal Esports and Skylights Gaming are two of them. Right next to them, we do have T2K's final player as well, it seems like, who's going to be making a rotation while these two take a fight amongst themselves. And that final player is going to be Reg. Nevertheless, for now, Skylights Gaming, they have not been... I mean, they have an idea as to where the player is from Seal Esports, but they've not been able to convert that into a point, sadly. Not even a knock for that matter. So, tough luck situation for Skylights Gaming for sure from this. They've got 400 meters to run for. Now, they did try and extend that spray for as long as they could, but what if Seal Esports' Sanchir jumps up ahead and tries to take down one of the players, one of the running team players of course, SG, but it seems like that's not possible as Seal Esports' Sanchir is going to be dropping down Akaze from the side of NB Esports as Sanchir not only takes him down but also brings his demise against Fistboy, and Skylights Gaming will be taken on the entirety of NB Esports by themselves as second Mondo go down. NB Esports getting eliminated with 12 teams remaining in this game, 39 players in total. Skylights Gaming have made a perfect entry into the zone. Well, I mean, they're getting closer and closer into the zone, but at least have taken a perfect exit from that fight as they've got their flanks taken care of. Right now, running out in the open. I just hope they do not get sprayed upon. With that, the third airdrop, AWM. I've said this before, AWM on the map of Sanhok always feels like a troll gun for the teams. But hey, if you're comfortable with it, why not go for it?
Well, AWM lovers will always pick that big weapon, be it any map, but right now Skylights Gaming, well, Mapex Esports are having a height advantage onto the plus Skylights Gaming. On the other side, we have 4MV also going up against the plus of Bad Intention, where Alpha has been knocked down. Now Skylights Gaming out there in the open, better be careful because Mapex, if they look in their direction, all the 4 players are running around in the open field, and that is not looking so very promising. Yes, AJ is providing the necessary cover fire from the backlines, keeping Valley in his crosshairs, but still, it's a very close call. And Nima with the grenade is looking for a knock right on the face of Valley, and Valley goes down. Easy confirmation will be made. Mapex Esports better be careful because Nima with that UMP45 is looking for a second knock, and they do know where exactly the second player is.
Indeed, they definitely know where the second player is, and that, of course, is going to be providing that cover that is required. And with that, it is going to be, of course, Mafia Ninja putting a nail in the coffin as they jump into the zone, or rather try and jump into the zone, but along with that, take on those defeat points in their favor as they've got 5 defeat points, make that 6, as, of course, right now with a jumping gun action coming in from the side of No Fear, he brings down the team, and not only that, but brings down the annihilation of Mavitex from this game as they get eliminated on the 12th rank with 0 eliminations in their favor. Skylights Gaming, what a game conversion right there from themselves. But again, there are still 10 more teams apart from them. AJ has been dropped down thanks to the Blues, but thankfully his teammate Mafia Ninja is going to be able to bring in that perfect revival right there. And there we go, camaraderie being showcased as Skylights Gaming are going to be a 4-man strong army once again. High voltage, Prabeen taken down thanks to the play zone as well. But right here at Painan, it is going to be 4MV against the players of Raw Officials. Interestingly enough, 4MV have been at Painan for a long time. Once again, in the previous game also, on Miramar, we saw what a slow poke play was being showcased from the side of 4MV. This time at all, they've done the exact same thing. They've kind of slowed down their pace of the game. They held themselves right here at Painan until another team came into the vicinity. And right now, it seems like it's going to be Raw Officials. But is there a fight brewing? Because it seems like 4MV have still not given away their position.
Certainly, for MV, they are not giving away their position, but Sitim Desert, he's at the mercy of the blue Elementrix, especially Frag is placed perfectly to decimate Desert in this situation. Only 2 first aids remaining. For how long can he survive? He has to move inside the circle. Slowly at a snail pace, he's crawling his way inside the circle, but it is not enough as it is stage 4 circle. This blue is going to give a lot of damage. On the other side, Estra is also picking up the remaining players of Sitim Esports. Well, he did manage to land a good shot, but not enough to take down the player. Now, Elementrix still at the periphery of the circle. We have the plus of DRS. They have the numbers advantage. DRS always performed really good in the map of Sanhok. But Leo Hai Dami this time performing good as he takes on no fear from the side of Stalwart Gaming.
Well. Let's see how exactly is this going to fare out right now. Another 5 seconds. Stage 4 is going to be coming to an end as well. With Stalwart Gaming right next to, of course, 2 individual teams. This is going to be a tricky conversion for them with a 3-man squad from their side. As we can see, from one side it's going to be Raw Officials. From the other, we had 4MV that SG is trying to, of course, dominate against. Mafia Ninja as well as Nima right now getting pushed out upon from the players of Raw Officials, as from the front is going to be Yatauta. Alongside that, a perfect knock coming in right there. And not only a knock and annihilation, and of course a complete turnover where Raw Officials have gotten 6 defeat points and they are still not yet deterred. Claw was dropped down, but the revival will be provided right there. From Painan, Stalwart Gaming get eliminated, but Raw Officials move on strong with all 4 players still survive. And 4MV, another team that is yet to make a marker in this lobby. The slowpoke play coming in from their side has not resulted in much just yet. And then comes in another team that's been playing, of course, towards a slowpoke performance. That's going to be DRS, Killer YT and Delta. Look at them. They're playing like a snail's pace. And with that, Entry Frag got so very close right there to Killer YT's nade. But just in the nick of time, he was able to, of course, change his position. He has absolutely no idea. Or wait, he does, it seems like. He has been able to spot. And this nade coming in from Delta could very well be the end of Entry Frag right there. Incus goes down from Delta's nade. Entry Frag is still going to be able to survive right next to, of course, his vehicle. But for how long? Look at this nade being dropped down on the face of Entry Frag, but still not going to be able to do much. Elementrix, this is a tough situation that they're stuck in, and this nade has to do a little bit of damage. Entry Frag does take a little bit of damage from this nade, and so does the vehicle, I'm sure, because the vehicle is still alive. The vehicle is still providing a lot of cover to Entry Frag. As his health goes down a little bit more, it seems like he's going to get into his vehicle, maybe patch himself, or maybe even run away. Not entirely sure what his plan is, but the smoke has been deployed. That seems to be providing him with the opportunity, but never mind that. Not entirely sure what he wanted to do, because it not really pop a first aid, not really move from that location. He was just hoping to see if at all DRS overpeaks that area. Did not. Ended up resulting in, of course, them getting eliminated. And DRS, with an easy 3 picks right there, move into this game, move into this fight, and open up the points for themselves.
On the other side, the last man of High Voltage has also been picked off, and High Voltage also bits by with 0 elimination points at 8th spot. And Raw Officials, not just Raw Officials, the majority of the players in the lobby are having shotgun in their hands, especially DBS. Even the players of 4MV are playing with the DBS meta. Well, I have to say the shotgun meta better be nerfed. Right now, the plus of T2K raked so very close to the opponent, and Desert out there in the open made a very big mistake, and East with that UMP45 capitalized and instantly brought demise to him. Now Sitim Esports rescue mission is going on, but still better be careful because they are up against one of the strongest team in the lobby, that is 4MV. With the numbers advantage in the favor of 4MV, Sitim are not looking so very strong.
Let's see, with 7 teams and 20 players remaining in this lobby, Raw Officials, the team that seems to be leading the charge. 4MV have finally opened up their favorite 3 defeat points, but they have been spotted. DRS Rules has been spotted, and he will not be allowed to take cover right there. And along with that, Refuse takes on 1 defeat point for himself and along with his team as well. 4MV, again, this team There is nothing that can stop them. It seems like DRS are going to be jumping in with a 3-man squad right here against the players of 4MV, with the DBS is going to be doing quite a lot of damage. And look at that positioning from Refuse right there. Oh, what a jerry can placement. That could have been the annihilation of DRS's players. But for now, they seem to have made an entry onto this compound. Again, in the vicinity is going to be 4MV. So what exactly are DRS wanting to take care of, I wonder? Because for now, they've lost out on rules, but the other 3 players have all gotten 1 elimination point for themselves. They are at the edge of the zone. They know this compound is taken over. Refuse is going to be in that compound, but he's on the ground floor. The nade comes on top on the first floor. East from the other side from 4MV takes on shots against Situm, as Situm does seem to be getting eliminated right here with 1 final player remaining. He also is going to be burnt down. With that, it is going to be 4 teams remaining right now with 14 teams, as we've got Seal Esports also getting eliminated on the 5th spot with 6 eliminations. Oof, this is a chaotic. Sanhok most certainly moves all the way down to 4MV's spine on. But right now, it is the DBS meta that is definitely moving in with the rock-solid performance. On the other side of this stream is going to be Raw Officials. And on the backlines is going to be DRS. DRS with a 3-man strong army. Leo Esports, I wonder where they're at. They can bring in quite a lot of annihilating play in this fight as well. But for now, it seems like 4MV against Raw Officials are going to be the ones. Or maybe Leo Esports are also timing along. As we can see in the kill feed, it's going to be Raw Officials against the Leo Esports, as Zordi takes on those shots against Leo Esports. And that in turn has resulted in, of course, the players of, well, DRS on the other side of 4MV getting eliminated. But right here, when it comes to Raw Officials, they have been able to obliterate the possibility of Leo Esports getting into a decent game for themselves. But boy, oh boy, in all, Raw Officials and 4MV go head-on-head against each other. Right now, the nades being brought on from the side of Raw, from the side of 4MV, are resulting in players going down from Raw. 2 players remain, both on a split end on this compound. Apex, along with his UMP in his hand, is trying to poke out where exactly is this player. It seems like his teammates are going to be able to do it all. And now it's Zordi, the final player, who's going to be put down. And that maybe not with a perfect controlled play right here. He's going to be able to take on shots and bring down 2 players and 2 points to his team. Of course, 4MV has the numbers advantage. And that in turn will give them the chicken dinner. But an incredible play right there from Zordi from Raw Officials, because this is the kind of game that was needed from them, as I was calling it in the previous game's post segment as well. Raw Officials is one of those teams that if they keep on playing their cards right like this, they're going to be in the top 16, maybe even in the top 12 to be a part of the bonus game.
Well, certainly the DPS supremacy coming in from the side of Raw Officials was they annihilated the players of Venom DE, and later on moved ahead, tried to take down the players of 4MV, but it was 4MV, the domination that came from their side. 13 elimination, total of 23 points, and sitting on the top in the overall ranking. 4MV, they were the unstoppable force in this one. and welcome back. You guys are watching PMPL South Asia 2023 Spring Season, week number 2 and day number 5. And we are done with the 4 games of today. And in the Sanhok 4MV, again, Blotter gets a winner chicken dinner. Is there any chance that any team can topple over 4MV in the overall ranking?
I honestly don't think that is possible right now. I honestly don't think that's possible anymore. What, this is the 8th or 9th chicken dinner coming in favor of 4MV in total? It's just bonkers the amount of play and the amount of control that team works with. But again, the zone helped them out as well. You know, you cannot deny that basically. But apart from that, talking about the MVP, we do have Raw officials as Zordi with 6 eliminations alongside 1092 damage and only 47 healing done. So an incredible play coming in from Zordi right there. And of course, we saw in the final moments of the game itself, he brought down not 1 but 2 players from the team of 4MV. So of course, that conversion was so very important and critical right there from him. And that of course helped out him as well as his teammate as he got the MVP. And his team, I'm sure, are going to be walking away with quite a chunk of points from this game.
Certainly, but in the top players, we have Raw officials, Zordi, Yeta Uta with 5 elimination, East from the side of 4MV, 4 elimination, Haidami from the side of Leo Esports with 2 elimination but high damage number. Then we have Apex from 4MV with 3 elimination of his own. This time Raw officials also, they had a very dominating performance just by the DBS, just by the shotguns. They started by eliminating the plus of Venom DE, then they took so many other fights. But in the match summary, it is all about Seal, 4MV and Raw officials.
Indeed, as we talk about the match summary, of course, you perfectly mentioned, we've got Seal, 4MV and Raw officials leading the charge right here with, of course, the play that were made in terms of damage, in terms of assist, in terms of course, annihilation of the opponents themselves. But moving away from there, we've got the match ranking where this time around, look at that. 4 Miracle Wives did get a chicken dinner with 13 eliminations, but Raw officials with that incredible play, end up getting 13 eliminations of their own, 19 points, and then 10 points shy is going to be the team sitting on the 3rd. So incredible conversion of points from the side of Raw officials this time around.
Certainly, they are trying with tooth and nail to qualify for the bonus match and to rank themselves up in the overall ranking. But Venom DE, again, a bad game came from the side Maptex Esports. After a big victory in Miramar, this time with 0 points in their favor. High Voltage today is not working for them, with only a single point in their favor, sitting at the 14th spot. Bad Intention, only a single point. Elementrix also a single point. T2K as well. But T2K, talking about this team is also not performing as per our expectations on the very last day. In the overall ranking, well, no one can touch 4MV. They're sitting with 194 points.
Absolutely, 194 points, 4 chicken dinners in week 2 itself right here coming in for 4MV. As we move on from them, we've got Stalwart Esports with a single chicken dinner, 174 points. So 20 points shy still is going to be STE, and then comes in T2K. But moving away from there towards the second page where we do have NV Esports on the 11th position with 94 points. Then 4 points shy is going to be Raw officials on the 12th. And of course, the day continues on as we've got another game to look ahead towards, where indeed we shall find out who are the top 12 teams. Because right now on Raw officials is 90 on 12th. 13th is Maptex Esports with 87 points. So there is going to be a possibility for them to be able to, get themselves pushed down if another team ranks up to the possibility of getting a perfect game for themselves. And that would mean they're going to be participating in that bonus map as well, which will be played on Vikendi. So that is what, of course, this final game is all going to be played out for. But yes, one final game between these 16 teams before we can talk about Vikendi.
Certainly, one more game for the teams, and the last game, the teams who are trying to qualify for the bonus match. This is the last game for them. And looking at the schedule, well, we started with Miramar where DE performed. Now we are down to the fifth match, Erangel, where Group A will be sitting out. And with that, Blotter, it's time for the prediction.
Absolutely, that is true. It is time for prediction, where Group A is not going to be participating. So that means 4 Miracle Wives, the opportunity for them to get a 3 chicken dinner is lost to the cause, of course. But apart from that, of course, we do have all the other groups that will be playing on this Erangel game, the final game. And for that, I would love to be able to see once again what I8 going to be able to do. Will they get a chicken dinner once again right here on the Erangel game? Let's find out.
IA definitely a very good pick, but I want to go with Stalwart Esports because Stalwart, they have been trying and dominating in so many games, but they are still not able to get the winner chicken dinner of today. So Stalwart Esports again.
Absolutely, and that might just work out for us. But again, time will tell if at all that'll be the case or not. Because after all, we can only speculate based on what the stats are dictating to us. In the end, it's all focused on what the entire zone is going to be, what the flight path is going to be dictating to us, and eventually what the games are going to be thinking about. But of course, in all of this, one more team to bring up is going to be, well, IHC. Again, now IHC we've spoken about quite a lot. Can they have a good game today? Can they have a decent final game right here? Of course, they are going to be part of the top 12 teams to play the Vikendi map, but I would love for them to get a chicken dinner as well. But nevertheless, our predictions are done. Now it all boils down to what the PUBG gods are going to be throwing to these teams, and well, what are we to anticipate from this game? Let's find out, as the flight path is going to be on our screens as we start all the way from northern side, from Stalwart region, and of course going over the Georgia pole, slowly closing in towards Milta Power. This is going to be pretty good. Oh, my apologies, I went the other way around. I saw Georgia Pole and Zarki is what I meant to say. So starting from Zarki and Georgia, going all the way down towards Milta, it is going to be providing an early opportunity for IHC to jump on down towards South Georgia. Same could be said for the players of Seal Esports as they go towards north of Georgia. Along them is also a team like, well, Venom DE, they're not playing, but they'll have to go towards north Georgia as well. Never mind them, because right now, the flight path is looking very, very good. But for a team like STE, who go towards Novorapnoi, they're going to have to wait. They're going to have to be the last ones, pretty much, that will jump out of the flight path, which would mean that the other teams who've already jumped on towards Georgia Pole region are going to be jumping into the fights, creating some opportunities, getting some information. While all that goes on, STE is still stuck in their seats with the seat and fast spell signs still going on, as they are yet to leave the plane. And there we go, finally they're out. Of course, for now we've got no other team that they need to worry about towards the military base region, as Novorapnoi is going to be theirs, and no other team as of now seem to be wanting to go down there. And with that, we've got the zone that is going to be dictating itself mostly towards the eastern side, and Mansion being in the center.
Well, definitely. Again, this time, this is the second time that we are seeing a Eastern Circle. Last Erangel, it was also an Eastern Circle. And you were talking about IHC. IHC did showcase good performance in the map of Miramar. That was match number 3, where they came second, where they came third. But right now, again, we have a drop location collision happening between the plus of Skylar's Gaming and Sitim Esports in the city of Yaslia. And Sitim better be careful, because Skylar's Gaming is definitely a force to be reckoned with. And the way they have the entire control of these 3 apartment buildings, well, that also means that do have good resources in their hands. They do have best weaponry in their hands as compared to the plus of Sitim Esports. But QB is way too far away from his teammates. He can bring that off angle onto the plus of Skylar's Gaming that can bring an opening. But somewhere else is the first blood being drawn by Frag of Elementrix. And as he takes down one player from the side of Raw officials.
Well, let's find out. We've got the first blood already drawn. Raw officials take a knock, and in fact get that player eliminated as well from the lobby. Though as we continue on with this, we've got SG on our screens, Scarlet's Gaming, who are going to be in Yasnaya this time around in close proximity to the drop location of Sitim Esports, as every single time we've seen Yasnaya Poliana taken in control by Sitim itself. Though, for now, they are both going to be in a bit of a stalemate situation. 40 seconds to go before stage 1 comes to an end. But indeed, for Scarlet's Gaming, it is going to be an important fight if they're able to get this one in the bag against Sitim. But from the way that they're moving, it seems like they want to be able to get away from Yasnaya altogether itself. They want to be able to leave this entire area to Sitim Esports, as right in front was Mafia Ninja. He's been able to get that vehicle, and now it seems like Scarlet's Gaming are probably going to be deciding to move away from this area, as they've got at least one vehicle in control of themselves. And there we have it, all 4 players going for that Uber. But alongside that, it is going to be Mad Cat from side of TRZ, who's been sprayed on upon IHC's Godless and Demo in their vehicle, wanted to steal that elimination point, or maybe they were the ones who actually knocked him. I did not see that happen, but it seems like they are going to be the ones who will be getting that defeat point, and there we have it. First defeat point going in favor of IHC as well. But sadly for TRZ, the second team to lose out on one player. Alongside that, of course, IHC Esports is Godless and Demo are going to be getting into their own individual vehicles and then making a rotation. A decent start to this Erangel game for these 16 teams.
Well, not a decent start for everyone because TRZ and Raw officials they have lost one of their player at a very early stage of the game. TRZ they dropped somewhere towards the western side, towards the coastline. IHC they were in the Georgopol city. They saw one of the player of TRZ instantly capitalize and took him down. Raw officials and Elementrix they are somewhere towards the southern side of Pochinki, towards the farm area, towards the western side of farm area. That is where in a very early fight I believe even the resources and the weaponry is not best with the players at this point. But talking about a team that is looking comfortable and could capitalize in terms of the finishes in this circle can be the plus of Stalwart Esports, because hey look, the very first circle is covering a little bit area of the Nova Ripnoi, so they can go for the late rotation. They can hold on to the bridge area for a very long time. At the same time, Maptex Esports, they are in the city of Lipovka. This can be their good game because from the northern front, there is only one team that is going to make rotation. That is going to be Skylar's Gaming. So even Maptex are also looking promising in this one.
Indeed, they most certainly are. Though again, it is all going to be boiling down to how exactly does the final zones and the final fight fare out for the players of Maptex. For now, again, as we look at ASL, a team that has not had a good week 2. No questions asked for Abrupt Slayers. Week 2 has been very dormant. And that, of course, begs to differ the performance that they showcased in week 1. As to where has it gone? What exactly changed? Well, those questions are going to be answered from their coaches as well as themselves, I'm sure, tomorrow, because tomorrow will be an off for them as well as the stream. But today, this final game, what all are they going to be able to dictate in the fights that are going to be presented to them? Is ASL getting any closer to the top 12? Well, it's highly unlikely. In one game, they need upwards of 30 points or something like that, I believe. So that's possible, but next to impossible based on their performance from week 2. But hey, again, you cannot leave out on opportunities like that, and possibilities of those sorts do take place on the battleground. But right now, as we move away from there towards the region of farm, we've got Illuminate True. Slowly but surely, making a rotation from themselves, from the farm region. Again, this farm region, this area, it is so tricky to make a rotation from. If at all there are teams around in the vicinity or the compounds adjacent to farm, you are going to be sprayed down upon, and it is so difficult to find a cover. I mean, you've got Bale, pretty much that's all you get in there, but apart from that, it says ASL once again going to be in the crosshairs of Leo Esports this time around. It was B. Shawl in the driving seat from ASL, sadly. He was not gotten a knock. I mean, sadly for Leo Esports, my apologies, but overall, of course, Leo Esports did try, were able to bring down a little bit of health, but at the same time, ASL was able to make a recovery, were able to get away from that position, did not lose out on a single player. That is a plus point for them. But yeah, these late rotations that we're looking at, I mean, 2-man split coming in from Leo Esports, where 2 players have already found a compound, whereas Liquid right here is still yet to make an entry into the zone, almost about 700 meters away.
Well, Leo Esports, they dropped, Gatka has always been their usual drop location. They drop in a split position, go for the smaller compound loot, and then they regroup, this time going for a late rotation because Abrupt Slayers, they are placed in the Pochinki. Then we have few teams in the city of Rosok. That was a good read that was coming from the side of Leo Esports on the opponents, going for the late rotation. Good thing. Let's hope it works in their favor. On the other side, we have the players of DRS as well, because DRS towards the southern side, and that is exactly where the players of Maplex are also there. IET is also going for the rotations. So many rotations coming from the southern and western front. So that means Skylar's Gaming in the situation Blotter can capitalize, because look at them. the only player in close proximity to Nima is on top, sir. Otherwise, Colors Gaming, they have the entire control of the northeastern front. Stalwart Esports, this time going for a late rotation. I believe it is going to work for them because they are going to find a clear pathway inside the circle because I8, well, they will start clearing the floor and Stalwart Esports can dominate from the southern side.
They most certainly can. With that, the first airdrop of the game being dropped on right here at farm region with the Groza, along with, of course, the level 3 kit as usual. Alongside that, look at what synergy being showcased right here from these two teams, ASL as well as Raw Officials, as they make a rotation right next to each other. And it is going to be an open season for NB Esports right now, where Fistboy has all the idea of converting that into a point, but sadly was not able to bring the spray to himself, to a point for himself. That's okay though. NB Esports, nothing to worry about for now because they've got a compound, at least, along with a two-man split and an information against an opponent team that is so far away. But look at that kill feed. IHC's Demo takes on shots against High Voltage's Prabeen, and they are out in the open in the blues, 1400 meters away, both of these teams, IHC as well as High Voltage. Not entirely sure why did they decide to take on this extended fight, because now it is a do-and-die situation for High Voltage as well as IHC. This is stage number 2, of course, so not a lot of damage that is going to be brought on from the zone, from the blues. But still, it is not an easy one to take on as well, because IHC, again, this team, the over-aggressive streak that they try and deliver, that becomes the reason for their demise. And this time as well, what did they get out of this, is what I ask to the coach as well as to the team. What did they get out of this? What was the reason to stick around over there, take shots, bring in a little bit more damage graph in your favor, and that's about it, and then run away? I mean, might as well just focus towards getting into the zone and then converting that into a perhaps into a better, getting information and converting that into a fighting chance for a chicken dinner. Whereas now they're going to be walking in blind. Nevertheless, that is what has happened and taken place. But again, IHC are not the only ones who are in that sort of a play, because High Voltage themselves are out in the blues. They've not yet started to make any rotation. Elementrix as well are going to be out in the blues as well. So is the team of Seed Esports. So quite a lot of these teams are out in the blues, making some late rotations. But talking about the center zones itself, we've got Mabitex along with Raw Officials, and right next to them we also saw ASL.
Certainly, Abrupt Slayers, they like dropping in towards the city of Puchingi, but right now we have the players of Mabitex Esports and Raw Officials, like you pointed out, and Abrupt Slayers also in the close proximity. The Molotovs are already being lobbed, but the players of Raw Officials, they are still surviving. This is a very crucial game from the players of Raw Officials because they are sitting on their 12th spot and they need to qualify for the bonus match. And if they get an elimination, things will look a bit dicey for the players of Raw. On the other side, the players of Leo Esports are also being picked off by the players of DEADEYES. Guys, right now, Valley wasted so many resources in that situation, but finally he gets a knock onto Yeta Uta and his teammate. 2 knocks coming in onto the players of Raw Officials. This is the opening which Mabitex Esports were waiting for, and Valley finally eliminates the 3rd player as well, and Raw Officials have been eliminated from the lobby. With that, Abrupt Slayers, they are also falling down through the hands of Mabitex. Leo with that M416 perfect spray coming in, takes on 1 player from the side of Abrupt Slayers. The smokes have been deployed, but that is not enough to stop the aggression that is coming from the side of Mabitex, and Leo with that vehicle is already closing in the distance. This is not looking good at all for the players of Abrupt Slayers.
Indeed, for ASL, things just keep on going from bad to worse right here in this final game of the day before we jump into the bonus game. ASL are being brought down in terms of their numbers. Of course, thankfully, they do have their teammates around to give a revival, but Mabitex are on top of them. They know exactly where ASL's players are at. And of course, the smoke being dissipated means that there is an opening for Leo 3-3 to be able to, of course, get some perfectly thrown nade parade against the players of ASL. But before Leo can do that, it seems like his teammates need a bit of cover as well. Or hold on, I'm saying it wrong. It's actually Mabitex who have taken on shots against the players of IHC. So it's IHC who actually lost out on one of the players. That's going to be Alex. And that's all thanks to Leo Esports' approach right here. But Slipknot all by his alone home. This is not looking good. But what a perfect nade coming in from Slipknot right there. As Yol goes down, a perfect knock as well has been traded across. as Leo's height army on that flank angle is the final player remaining. But for the players of IHC, they did lose out on one of the players. Of course, Revival is going to be there for Zeol from demo, so IHC are going to be left with a 3-man squad from that fight. But at the same point of time, they did end up getting the compound. So decent conversion from them. But at a massive loss of losing out on one player. Alongside all of this, as we push on ahead into this game towards stage number 4, Mabitex in the compound looking very, very comfortable. As far as the zone itself is concerned, Mabitex are looking and absolutely unstoppable in terms of converting this game into a really good chicken dinner high fragging game. But we'll have to see what the exact play will be from their side. Looking on, talking about DEADEYES guys, True Love Sir. Well, he knows that Leo Esports' Haitami is over there. And look at that flank from his teammate is going to be helping him out. As final player Leo Esports' Haitami is going to be dropped down as well. Smoke has been in front from him, but not going to be able to do much. Not going to be able to provide a lot of cover over there because he's getting sprayed on upon from on top Scarel. And that in turn might be the demise of Leo Esports' final player. On the other side of the game altogether itself, we've got STE taking on shots as well against the players. Oh, well. STE have troubles of their own because they also took shots against DRS, but DRS retaliated, which in turn has brought down STE down to a 2-man army. And one player has been knocked icy, but he's been giving Revival right now.
But the grenade that Top is trying to lob in the direction of Killer YTT can be so very deadly. The first one, he's going to miss the perfect projectile. He's trying for the second one, but he doesn't know exactly where Killer YTT is. With that, he's going to close in the distance. With that M416, he's trying to look for a knock, and 1v3 situation for Killer YTT brewing up as Top's taking the damage of the blue, trying to find the last player of DRS. Can he find? And looks like he has found him, and without leaving his own cover, Killer YTT takes on the Z over there in the situation, but IC is going to chime in with its S12K and eliminate the entirety of DRS Gaming. With that, Stalwart Esports, they have managed to get 3 defeat points in their favor. But at the same time, Blotter Raw official, they have been eliminated from the lobby. That is going to open things up for the plus of Maptex Esports, because Maptex, they were only 3 points deficit from the 12th spot. At the same time, TRZ and High Voltage, they were 6 and 7 points deficit. So this game is so very crucial for Maptex, TRZ and High Voltage. Whoever gets the maximum points, they will qualify for the bonus match. So that could be the reason Maptex, TRZ and High Voltage, they are playing this very game so very cautiously.
It definitely does make sense, and they need to be, of course, dominating in terms of if they want to be able to, of course, like you perfectly mentioned, have a good bonus game as well. But right now, with 13 teams remaining, High Voltage in a lot of trouble of their own, as they were being shot on upon, as well as we've got Seal Esports against the players of Sidon and DEADEYES guys against the players of NV. But High Voltage, they lose out on 2 players right now. NV Esports' final player, Fistboy, and look at that, High Voltage, they got out in the open. They thought they'll be able to cover this angle, but that's not the case, as Fistboy, along with, of course, third parties coming in against him, is going to be able to help him out, but not for long, as his health goes down to a sliver of HP, and that jump and shot coming in from Jiggle, of course, will be the annihilation of NV Esports, as they have been eliminated. 12 teams remaining. We've got 41 players in total. DEADEYES guys now in close proximity to the positioning of Mabitex, and look at that, Mabitex as one player has already gone to the flank. He's right below DEADEYES Slayers, and that nade being thrown to the face of Baron, gonna drop him down, but same is the case for Slayers as well, as his health goes down to almost 40%. DEADEYES guys, where is the teammate for Slayers? He needs help right now, and they are in the far back corner. They're slowly jumping into the opportunity, and look at that. Leo from Mabitex brings himself down, gets saved from Mabitex, has been almost brought down to a sliver of HP and will be annihilated. Slayers' dominating play right there has resulted in keeping the compound to themselves and also eliminating the competition Mabitex. We're left with 11 teams right now, but all of this commotion has resulted in momentum going in DEADEYES guys' favor, because they are the ones sitting with all 4 players standing and 5 eliminations confirmed.
Mapex also out of the equation. They needed 3 points, so that means they are also not in top 12 yet. That means TRZ and high voltage things are open for them, but they need minimum 7 or 8 points. But right now I8 and I8C going up against each other, and Godless is creating some trouble for Sky. Multiple barrage of grenades, and Sky has been brought down to 10 HP, but now Sky is still surviving. But we have Elementrix also in the close proximity, and the way I8C they are spread out, things are not looking good for them, because there is a chance of a third party happening. I can see a team on the periphery of the circle as well. Could be the plus of TRZ, but right now IHC they have to regroup. But Zoil is still looking for some opening. Now they are trying to pick the plus of Abrupt Slayer, but somewhere else DE Slayer sir is picking the plus of Seal, but Becca is going to retaliate and take down Slayer over there. But Precious sir also finds one more knock, so the plus of even Seal Esports are not looking good, as they have been reduced to 2 men.
For now, though, as we've got Series Sports and a lot of barrage of trades against them, DEADEYES guys, slowly but surely keeping the momentum in their favor for sure. Series Sports trying to get those revivals and have actually been able to convert that into one revival. There's one more player remaining who will hopefully be getting a revival, but all those nades coming in from DEADEYES, it's just not helping them out. They need to push in. They need to make an opportunity created for themselves, and there we go. One top Sir's nade does reach its target as Rogue goes down, and this could be where a perfect trade could be created, and not only a trade but annihilation, because after all it is Precious who goes down from the side of Series Sports, from the side of DEADEYES guys, as Series Sports is soulless with a perfect nade domination, has been able to of course annihilate the competition, and in doing so DEADEYES guys, they should have pushed when they had the chance, and right now not having done so has obliterated their opportunity, because Series Sports, now they've got the upper hand. Now they can push on ahead. But in all of that, look at the third-party team. It is going to be Skylights Gaming. And Skylights Gaming are looking forward to just getting one knock for themselves. And then I'm sure they're going to be rushing in to obliterate both of those teams that are right in front of them. And as this goes on, Serum Esports has been able to take on shots against the players of TRZ, as well as TRZ are brought down 201 man army.
Well, certainly, and Team Esports, they are unstoppable with Vector in hand, but that's not going to be enough, as Becca has been taken down. Now Soulless is looking for an opening onto the plus over there, but on top Source bleeding, the confirmation has been made. Let's see if Team Esports can bring down the numbers of DEADEYES, as one of the players still, Soulless knows exactly where he is, and with that, the last player will also be eliminated. That was on top Source, and DEADEYES, they bid bye-bye at 9th spot with good elimination points in their favor. But this is the moment where Skylights Gaming is going to jump and take down Soulless over there. Seal was not prepared for this fight, this outnumbered fight, and Rock all by himself down to 50 HP or 60 HP or something is not going to stand for a very long time, as Skylights Gaming, all the 4 players are rushing towards him. The smokes are there, the molotovs are there, all the possible throwables have been deployed, and Team Esports, well, they have been eliminated at the 8th spot with 4 elimination. But somewhere else on the map, we have I8 and I8C also going up against each other, as 2 plus of I8 have been brought down. At the same time, I8C, well, they are also down to 2 men. The numbers are not in their favor. At the same time, the circle is also not in their favor, as they're trying to challenge the plus of I8, but Nova 8's perfect spray of UMP comes in, takes down Godless over there, but Zoil direct rush in, over aggressive stance is not going to fare off so well for him, as I8C has been eliminated at 7th spot with 4 elimination of their own, and I8, well, they are still standing strong with 4 defeat points.
Absolutely, with 4 defeat points confirmed for Eliminate True, and getting that revival on their teammate as well, with 4 players surviving, total 16 remaining, and with that a perfect push coming in from the side of TRZ could have resulted in a perfect annihilation right there, as of course we had Sidham waiting behind that bale, and that in turn has of course been retaliated based on the nade coming in from Mamba, which of course puts this entire fight in his favor, but he's the only player surviving. First things first, he needs to get a revival to his teammate. It seems highly unlikely, because that entire area has been taken over by Sidham, and he's all by his lonesome. The nades did as much damage as they could, but in the end, Mamba is going to lose out on his teammate, as of course his teammate goes down. He pushes back away from the zone itself. But right now, with the cover of the vehicles, how much damage is he looking forward to do in this game? Of course, we saw Illuminate True hear all of the commotion from TRZ Mamba. So they know that right behind them, they've got a team. They've got a player they need to be worried about. And along with that, look at that. TRZ Mamba from all the way far away has been able to obliterate the chance of course, his opponent walking away from that fight as Sitim get eliminated. We're left with 5 teams remaining. 4-man army coming in from Elementrix. Same is the case from Stalwart Gaming. STE though, they're just left with the 1-man squad. That's going to be IC right here. As he takes shots, oh well, he's got information against Mamba. He just needs a perfect spot-on shot on the head. And that in turn could maybe give him a little bit more of defeat points. As of now, he's only got 1. His team sitting on 3 defeat points. But his position seems to have been compromised. And along with that, it is also the players of Elementrix who are out in the open, who seem to be, of course, getting sprayed on upon from the players of Stalwart Gaming. SG, the compound that they have, has given them a lot of advantages. Mafia Ninja is up on top of that roof, giving away the odd tree, giving away, of course, the information to his teammates. Nima from one side and Nima's teammate on the other.
Certainly, now we have 4 teams, 12 players remaining. The numbers are definitely in the favor of Elementrix this time, as they have 3 men standing. On the other side, IH Crew and Skylarks have all the 4 players in the lobby, but Stalwart Esports with only 1 player. What can he do in this situation? they are in such a position that 1 grenade or a molotov in that direction could result in the demise of multiple players. But Sky has been taken down by AJ with an M416 spray. And now IH, they have to go for the rescue mission. Stalwart Gaming is trying to deplete the resources of the players of I8 over there. Because I8, they can also be a very strong contender for that winner chicken dinner title. But look at the way Stalwart Gaming is controlling the entire circle. 2 players are already inside the circle. One of the players is on the periphery of the circle. Remaining 2 players are somewhere on the northern edge of the circle. Stalwart Gaming has the entire control in this final circle. And AJ with that vehicle is spotted on IC. He knows exactly where IC is. And with that, Stalwart Esports thinks on, okay, maybe he doesn't know. How did he not spot IC over there?
IC's luck for sure, I guess. That's the only thing that could be said. Well, again, though, full-on shots with the tapping coming in the name of course, Mini 14 from No Fear, bringing down the players of I8 as Illuminate True's players go down. They're only left with just a 1-man squad, or is that the case? Novax goes down along with his teammate Viper, but are they going to be able to get a revival? That seems highly unlikely because Sky is so far away. And hold on, he seems to have been spotted as well. And he goes down as No Fear, in just a matter of seconds, has been able to obliterate the entirety of Illuminate Crew and now pushes on along with his Mini 14 to take on those tap shots against Elementrix as well. But Stalwart Gaming, with the 2-man split that they've got, this team is annihilating the competition 1 by 1. There is absolutely no way Elementrix can do much over here. But hold on, look at this. I say from STE, he still has a lot to say in this game. Stalwart Gaming's Nima will take down Enkis from Elementrix. So that means the opening that Stalwart Gaming were waiting for has been created, but the X Factor, IC, is still remaining.
And IC is going to take down No Fear. Instant confirmation is also coming in. And Nima with a vehicle run over takes down Orangey from the side of Elementrix. And Elementrix has been eliminated with a high fragging game. Now it's a 1v3 situation where the players of Stalwart Gaming are having the numbers advantage. Mafia Ninja knows exactly where IC is. And IC not having enough cover. Slight glimpse. Mafia Ninja gets off IC, trying to take him down. 1v3 situation, IC right in the center, takes hefty damage from the side of Mafia Ninja, but Nima will bring his death. And with that, Stalwart Gaming get a winner chicken dinner for themselves. And Stalwart Esports, again, they came on the 2nd position, but a fantastic gameplay coming from the side of Stalwart Gaming.
That is so very true, of course, right here. But as we've got the final game done, now after that short little break, we're going to find out what exactly is going to happen with the overall rankings and where the top 12 teams are. But for now, of course, Stalwart Gaming find the 5th spot with 21 total points from this game.
back, everyone. You guys are watching PMPL South Asia 2023 spring season, and with that, 5 matches of last day of week number 2 are over. Now, top 12 teams will get a chance to play the match of Vikendi blotter. What do you think? Which team has raw officials do you think has made it in top 12? Because they were taken out pretty early, and the amount of numbers, the points which the players of TRZ and High Voltage needed, well, they didn't get it, I think.
Yes, that's what's troubling me as well, to be very honest, because it does not seem like it is going to happen. But we'll find out soon enough. That is the best part. We are going to find out soon enough. Before we jump into the map of Vikendi, though, talking about just what took place right now in this game, where do we talk about the MVP? Because there were so many teams who were actually part of some really good fights, right? I mean, Stalwart Gaming, they definitely made their presence felt. At the same point in time, I mean, we had so many other teams who were moving along with the momentum working in their favor as well. But of course, there can only be one MVP. And talking about the most valuable player, let's find out. Let's jump on to that screen. And that is going to be none other than No Fear from Stalwart Gaming with 4 eliminations, 1,114 damage done. A chaotic conversion right here from No Fear.
Certainly, and No Fear from the side of Stalwart Gaming has showcased so many individual gameplays. Look at the amount of damage number. Yes, the eliminations have not been converted, only 4 eliminations, but the damage number is way too high. 1114 damage, 1 assist, 3 knocks, 125 healings done. Even in the map of Miramar, I remember in week number 1, it was No Fear who used to provide the necessary cover fire from the backlines, which resulted in good gameplays from the side of Stalwart Gaming, even few good chicken dinners as well.
True, that is so very true, and that is something that, of course, is going to come back to bite him, to come back to haunt him, perhaps, is another way to say. But let's move on and talk about the top players right here, where we've got Stalwart Gaming, No Fear, and Nima being on top of the list right here. As we move ahead, we've got the Elementrix's Incus, for along with IHC's Demo and IC from STE. But in all of this, you can clearly see Nima was the man who got the highest amount of eliminations. That is going to be 5. But at the same point of time, you look at the damage that was, of course, caused by No Fear is the reason why he is going to be up on top, as 40% is going to be damaged, and then comes in the elimination and the survival time. But again, it is definitely a kudos effort and a valiant play coming in from all of these teams and their players.
Certainly, valiant effort, especially from the last player, IC of Stalwart Esports. The way he was putting up fight with the players of Stalwart Gaming, even though he was outnumbered. But in the match summary, it is all about Stalwart Gaming. Nima having the highest elimination, No Fear with highest damage, AJ with highest assist, and Soulless with highest healing done from the side of Seal Esports with 392 healings done. Overall, it was entirely Stalwart Gaming match. The way they played, yes, they had the circle benefit, position benefit. The way the circle was this time, it was favoring the players of Stalwart Gaming entirely. But in the match ranking, Stalwart's on top with 21 points of their own.
Absolutely, following along with them is going to be Elementrix Esports with 7 elimination points, along with 5 placement points, placing them on the second with 12 points in total. Then comes in STE with 4 elimination points of their own. In total, 10 is what they get. So again, first page is looking very immaculate in terms of the conversion from them. But move on to the second page. Ooh la la, not so bad at all. After all, we've got TRZ jumping in with 5 points of their own, ASL with 3. Same is the case with High Voltage, Mavitex Esports, and NB Esports, along with DRS walkaway with 2. Sadly, though, this time around, Raw Officials and Leo Esports were the unlucky bunch who were not awarded. They were not able to get any point for themselves. So, of course, that is going to be a tough luck situation for them. At the same point in time, we need to find out what the final 12 teams are going to be. Of course, we've seen what the overall ranking was. We've seen how many points they were able to get. But I'm sure there are going to be real good mathematicians who are going to be in the chat who must have already figured out what teams are not going to be part of it. With that, overall ranking on our screens. We've got the first 10 teams right here. Starting from the bottom, we've got Seal Esports, DEADEYES Guys, Leo Esports, DRS Gaming, Stalwart Gaming, IHC Esports, Illuminate True, T2K, as well as Stalwart and 4MV. All looking pristine, all looking perfect, because week number 2 has come to an end, and they are the ones who will be moving in to the final bonus game. But on page 2, who do we have? Oh, well, 1 point shy is what Mavitex lost this entire fray. Same is the case for TRZ as well, because it is Raw Officials with that lovely play will find themselves in the top 12. Incredible conversion right here from Raw officials. They started on 16th position with 71 points, but now have moved on to the 12th position. Kudos play from them, and I just hope that they're able to get a decent placement in the Vikendi map as well, so that in the league standing, they can boost their morale a little bit more. Well, with that, let's move on and talk about the schedule right now. Talking about the schedule, we're done with 5 games. Fun final game remaining. One final game that will be played on the map of Vikendi, where, of course, top 12 teams are going to be participating. We just saw the top 12 teams that are going to be there. Sadly, Mebitex TRZ, they did not have a good time this time around. Because again, when you talk about TRZ, right, when the day started off, were looking very comfortable. But as we progressed on through, it got tougher and tougher. And of course, eventually with just a 1-point difference, sadly, we're not able to make it. Indeed, though, this is where the cookie has crumbled against them. At the same point of time, when it comes to the map of Vikendi, it is, what can I say? It's one of the biggest maps in the entire loop itself. So it is going to be an extended one. It is going to take some time for the teams to actually find each other as well, right? That's another thing that takes forever at times for the teams to be able to jump into the opportunity to take on their opponents. But one thing is certain, if at all anybody has learned anything, 4MV is one team that everybody should stay away from. 4MV is one team that will always, no matter what the situation is, they will find a way to get into the ranks and of course then completely annihilate you. That is what they did previously in the map of Vikendi as well, but we've only had one Vikendi thus far. Perhaps that Vikendi has already been seen from the other teams that have participated right now, and that would mean that now we can actually talk about maybe a comeback story from another team. We can talk about perhaps how another team can probably put a full stop to what momentous boost 4MV is playing along with. With that, let's jump into, of course, the flight path and find out what this final game is going to be doing for us, as we are, of course, talking about Vikendi map with 12 teams. Well, that would mean 48 players in the lobby in total. Now, the Vikendi map, it is extensive. Are they going to be going for an extended rotation pushes, or are we looking at a straightforward jump and then all the teams just take on a TDM sort of a fight right there? But for now, again, a decent start, a decent outing for the players of Stalwart Esports as they make themselves known towards the southeastern side of the zone altogether itself, and right close to their proximity is also going to be the players of NB Esports, as Leo, along with, of course, Yeta, Uta, and Raw officials basically along with I8. So we've got 3 teams actually that are making their way towards Vihar over there, towards the western side of the map, where we've got Leo Esports, we've got I8, and alongside that we'll have to see what exactly is going to turn this, what exactly is going to be the final result of that. Will that be the reason, or rather the position where we might end up looking at a first blood situation? For now, we've got NB Esports right here at Volpova. Right next to them is going to be the team of DRS Gaming. There we have it, right off the bat. 48 players, all looking good, all looking pristine. But now, where exactly are we looking at the first blood to be drawn from? Is it going to be NB Esports? Is it going to be SG? With that, the zone has also already been drawn. We're almost about 1,500 meters away for NB Esports as well as for SG. Skylights, they're both going to have to make it quick and make it count if they want to be part of this fight. If not, do not turn it into a stalemate situation and run away. But with that, first things first, DBS comes in the hand. No Fear has already taken quite a lot of damage right now coming in from NB Esports' side. As No Fear is all by his lonesome, it seems like Nima is going to be going to him. He might actually be approaching the position where No Fear is to give him that cover. So it's a 2-man split. Once again, the known strategy that we've seen coming in from the side of DRS Gaming is what we've got going on once again, a 2-man split. Whereas for NB Esports, the exact same approach has worked and not worked for them. But right now it seems like they found the compound, and now it's time for them to, of course, pounce upon the opportunity and get those points. Nail the opponent down. But will that be allowed? That is what the question is going to be. Of course, right now, we're joined in with Shadow once again, as we have SG against NB.
at the very start of the game. And Stalwart Gaming, in terms of the armor, they are not looking so very good because few of the players, look at No Fear, he's just level 2 vest, but he has a DBS in his hands, and their DBS can be so very deadly. And Fist Boy has taken a heavy damage from the DBS, but this time he's going to switch his weapon and take down Fist Boy over there. And NB Esports are not looking good at all in terms of the numbers and the split they are having right now, but Akaze is going to try to retaliate. But look at Mafia Ninja, he's lobbing a grenade, and this could be deadly for Mondo, but Mondo repositioned himself, going up against the players of Stalwart Gaming, but from the backline, Akaze providing the necessary cover fire, and Nima takes hefty damage. This is looking so very interesting, and Mafia Ninja takes a jump and has an idea where exactly the players of NB Esports are, but still it's a stalemate situation. No one wants to push aggressively, just waiting for an opening, an angle on the other side. This is going to buy Nima some time as he is going to patch himself up.
Indeed, but the fight continues on fourth, and Mafia Ninja had an opportunity right there with the DBS in his hand, goes in front, and of course with that a trade is going to be placed right now where Mafia Ninja does go down along with AJ at the same time. This is the G36 right now going in favor of Nima, but of course the health actually going in favor of G36 as well, where Nima might just be able to of course obliterate his opponent, but will he be the one jumping in, of course, through the opportunity of taking on the shots, or will it be AKM on the other side that might be able to bring down Nima, because he all by his lonesome will have to dictate how this fight goes. For now, for Akaze, all he can do is just hold on steady, try and bring in some burst damage and some sprays, but it seems like it is highly unlikely. And hold on, there we go, is going to be working out in his favor, because it is a 7.2 against 5.56. Bullet, never mind all that detail, because right now what matters is the skill, and in that skill, what has happened is NB Esports has come up on top and Stalwart Gaming have been pushed down below. But again, both these teams have taken equal amount of knocks. Stalwart Gaming, he's pushing on by his lonesome. He's a final player, no fear. Without fear, he's just trying to, of course, take on that rivalry, and that in turn is going to be his DBS doing all the talk, and he will be able to annihilate the competition, but at what cost? Because he's lost out on his teammates. AJ is so far away. Will No Fear be able to reach him in time? With a PP Bison and DBS in his hand, this is looking like a tough situation for him to crack.
Certainly, on the other side of the map, we have the players of Leo also going up against Raw, and looks like Raw officials are also not looking good as the numbers are dwindling down. One player already lost, the other one is still bleeding, as No Fear in the city of Volno is trying to make a quick escape from the situation, but I8 is also going up against the players of DEADEYES, and looks like on top Sir has been knocked on. In fact, the confirmation has already been made, so even DEADEYES have been reduced to 3-man squad. This is very contrasting to the previous Vikendi, because in the first week bonus match, teams were not looking to take fight against each other at all till the very final circles. But this time, there are so many initial fights happening. Maybe could be because of the flight path, but right now, like I said, Zodi is still bleeding. Mr. Smokey is bleeding from the side of your officials. Yes, the trades have been made, but look at the angle which Claw is having. Takes a jump from the building, takes on Liquid with a shotgun. And with that, the trade is also coming in, and Leo Esports still having the numbers advantage. Mr. Smokey will get an easy revival on the other side. The players of Raw officials are looking for revival onto Yeta Uta, and Yeta Uta is again back in the game. But look at the HP of Zodi. He needs to heal himself as soon as possible. At the same time, we have the blue also coming in.
Absolutely, and as the fight continues on, we've got Leo Esports taking on shots against the players of Seal Esports as the row goes down. Sancher, all the is going to be falling back right now, but for Leo Esports, trouble are just getting started. They have taken on shots. They have been able to, of course, obliterate their target. But at the same time, they're almost about 800 meters away from the zone. So they're going to have to be very, very swift about this conversion in terms of this fight and defeat point, so that they can start making that rotation into the zone. Because they're not the only ones, actually. If you look to the right-hand side, Seal Esports is another one that is outside the zone. We've got NB Esports, Raw officials, as well as Stalwart Gaming with the one-man army. But looking all the way in the center is going to be I8. Oh, I completely forgot to predict. I predict I8 for a chicken dinner this time around.
Oh, nice. And my prediction, can I cheat, is going to be I8 again. I'm
There we
going
have
with
it,
your
of course.
prediction.
It all boils down to now what the production decides and what the producer and director chooses to do with our prediction. But we're on time. We've got 12 teams remaining, so technically we're on time and we're correct.
Yep.
And so that way we might just be able to, get the prediction in the bag. But of course, with that, On our screen, we've got Seal Esports making a late rotation. Hold on, I take that away. I think it's going to be Stalwart Esports for the chicken dinner. And for Shadow, it's going to be I8.
Wow, of course. But for I8, this is the first Vikendi bonus match they are playing. Last week, they were not able to qualify, but this time with the dominating spree, this team has not only qualified, they qualified by a quite margin, but on the other side, DRS Gaming have been eliminated at the same time. I8, well, you picked Stalwart Esports and caster scores coming in. Nirzed has been picked off. Blotter,
ouch.
Very bad. Ouch.
Ouch. This is not what we anticipated right here from the side of STE, but at the same point of time, I8 have had an obliterating play in this week, of course, and that in turn provides them with the momentous boost of course, them being able to dominate. But hold on, the DPS in his hand could very well be a destructive one. This is going to be chaotic fight right now against Illuminate. Bufis as a UMP against the DPS, but he is still going to be able to bring down one player not long before IC has something to say, and into the face as I8 bring themselves down to a one-man squad. Right now, of course, IC is going to have to try and get that revival on his teammate. They are a four-man army right now. Nerze is going to be given that revival. But for I8, that split that they had has gone against them. As it is Novax who's the only player surviving right now. But again, making all that commotion, Stalwart Esports are being very, very quiet. Well, not quiet, they're being careful as to how exactly should they get into the same compound, or are they maybe working towards a two-man split? No, they will be in the same compound right next to each other, which is a good decision coming in from them, because they are pretty much at the edge of the map itself, and so they've got a good position for now. But let's see how exactly the other teams are going to be able to approach this area.
For quite few teams, this is the first Vikendi. Like I8, NB Esports, Raw Officials, DEADEYES guys also, they are playing their very first Vikendi. But on the other side, Stalwart Esports, well, they were the first one to be taken out in the first Vikendi of the previous week. But this time, they are looking so strong. Maybe they're trying to challenge the top spot in the overall ranking, because these bonus points are definitely going to help their case. But on the other side, we have the players of DRS Gaming, Delta taking the advantage of the foliage, hiding in the bushes, but at the same time his teammates are trying to spot down few of the players. But for now, they're looking safe, cool as cucumber, trying to capitalize on the information. They lost rules at the very early stage of the game, but still they have a good position in towards the side of Zababa. But this airdrop in a no man's land in the water with an MK14, the deadly weapon, but I don't think anyone is going to go for it. But right now, NB Esports first bonus match, and they're at the mercy of the blue, 1,000 meters away in the map of Vikendi from the circle. It's not looking good at all for the players of NB Esports. They have to start making those crucial rotations, otherwise maybe the blue will take him. But right now, the player that has been taken out is Yeta Uta from the side of Raw Officials, courtesy to the players of IHC. At the same time, Zodi also bids bye-bye. Even the entire Raw Officials have been eliminated at 11th spot.
Absolutely. With 10 teams remaining, 31 players in total, IHC jump into the possibility of course, getting a decent game outing for themselves. They've also working towards a very extended split coming in from their side. But right behind them, we've got Leo Esports, as we can see on the map, on the mini-map towards the top right-hand side of our screens. So IHC, if they're not careful, they could be pounced down upon as well from Leo Esports. But Leo Esports is actually holding back. They're still not approaching the edge of the zone just yet. If you look towards Gorka, that is exactly where we've got Leo Esports, and right above Gorka, the rotation being made from the side of IHC. But moving towards the center, we still have so many time for teams in close proximity, and not a lot of time before we are going to be done with this stage number 3 as well, as we saw IHC getting sprayed upon as well as they made that rotation. With that, the second airdrop, thankfully this time around, is not going to be in the no man's land, but still going to be a difficult one to grab onto, because we know when it comes to these airdrops, there's always going to be one team that is just going to be camping it and hoping that one player decides to stop and thus give them a point. Nevertheless, moving away from that airdrop conversation towards T2K against DRS, can we anticipate a fight between these two? They both need points. They both have 0 elimination points just yet. Playing it safe. And this is what I was talking about, the stalemate situation that Vikendi ends up providing for these 12 teams. Well, make it 10 actually, because SG and Raw have been eliminated.
Well, certainly two teams have been eliminated, and T2K trying to dominate from the northern eastern front where they are on the periphery of the zone. Yes, the players of DRS are right in front of. They do have a good company, but the stuff coming from the side of T2K, they have to be a bit cautious. Yes, the backlines are clear, but if any case there is a knock that comes in, chances of revival are going to be very slim, and it's going to be so very risky. So T2K have to be very careful, but T2K always likes to roll from the northern front, so I think manage somehow. But the winners of the previous Vikendi, 4MV, they are still alive, they are still in a very good position, they are in the epicenter of the circle. So 4MV are also looking good in this particular one. On the other side, the players of Steel, if you can see, they are somewhere on the western front where the players of Leo Esports also, and Leo Esports, they have the numbers of the players of so
Absolutely. For now, of course, let's of course move on ahead with this game. Let's see how things are going to be played out. We're still waiting to see the opening between these 10 teams. It seems a little difficulty is being faced for quite a lot of them as they try and find those elimination points. I8 Novaks, we saw earlier, was the final player remaining from I8 crew, as he got the information against STE. Sadly, he's not going to be able to do much. I'm sure he's sitting in that compound, you know, biting teeth. He's going to be very, very angry that he lost out on his teammates, but hey, nothing that you can do anymore, mate. Apart from, of course, bringing in 1v4 situation against Stalwart Esports. Before now, Stalwart themselves have decided to make a rotation from the edge, from the northern edge of the zone that they were at. So, safe play being showcased from STE. In fact, not only from STE, but from so many teams.
agreed, but could be the reason because now teams do realize the importance of the bonus match. One extra match that you're playing, if you get a winner chicken dinner, you're getting 10 extra placement points and the elimination points on top of that. So the extra game is providing you the extra points. Yes, in the overall ranking based on your position and placement over there, you're going to get the overall bonus points, but this very game points are also going to help you in the long run, especially like the teams 4MV who have managed to play both Vikendi games, and if they get a chicken dinner, so that means 20 extra just placement points to them. But talking about the placement points, well, Leo, they are not looking so good as they lost two of the players, and Seal Esports, like I was saying, the numbers advantage was even Steven, but now Seal Esports, they have nullified that for the players of Leo Esports because Seal standing as 3-man army and Leo just as 2-man army out there, not having the safety of the circle. But here comes a third airdrop, and the big weapon MK14, one of the most deadly weapon in the close range or the long range. With the level 3 gear, let's see which team is brave enough to go for this airdrop out there in the open.
Well, once again, a stalemate situation is what Vikendi turns out to be by this moment, when you've only got 8 to 10 teams remaining and you're only in stage number 3. Though for now, as the stages move on ahead, the zone mushes away, and as it pushes away, it is going to be STE that are going to be making a rotation from the north, as the zone has left them. But in the center is going to be the players of 4MV, and it seems like 4MV till now, they were very, very quiet. But now that the zone has moved on towards them, they can probably start pouncing upon the opportunity of getting the points for themselves. And of course, with that, you know that this is the bonus game. That also implies the fact that the position that you're in, well, those points are going to be added on to your total tally of the league play days and the league overall standings itself. For now, it's going to be IHC on our screens. With the G36C in his hand, it seems like he wants to be able to take on shots against the players of NV Esports, as Mondo along with the Kaze. Smoke has been deployed from them. But what exactly is the play right there? Are they wanting to move away from that compound, perhaps? As IHC take on shots, they themselves are getting sprayed upon from the looks of it. And that's going to be Seal Esports, yeah, Sanchir. It seemed like it was Seal Esports. Not entirely sure if it was or not, but they definitely had a few shots taken on against their compound as well. But right now, Seal Esports seem to be making a rotation as well. They seem to be wanting to understand where is the best spot to be in this zone. And that's what all the other teams are doing as well. So Very difficult position. Oh, whoa, no. The timing over there went so very bad as Leo Esports jump into the opportunity. Well, they take on the shots and bring down the players. As we have Slipknot and, of course, Mr. Smokey getting and making an entry right here. As they do, IHC have been brought down to a two-man squad. Alex, the moment he jumped and the way Mr. Smokey just bulged in, the timing, it was so very immaculate right there. You could not plan this. It just was unscripted and took place, and that's what bad luck is called. So IHC down to a two-man squad. Two-man split was working for them, but not for long. And now look at this. Godless in the back lines. Demo out in the open up front. What exactly is going on in IHC's mind, I wonder. But being out in the open, now they've drawn attention from Leo, from Slipknot, as well as Mr. Smokey. And now we need to see if at all Leo are going to be able to do much with that information, because Demo along with Godless are pushing on to get that revenge from Leo Esports as they took down two of their players.
Well, certainly IHC Esports, they are looking for revenge. The numbers are even Steven, but look at the circle. They are also in the periphery of the circle. So that means they can afford to take this fight. They are not in no hurry to be inside the circle or to move inside the circle. But Leo Esports, they do have a good compound to their name, and Demo with the grenade is looking for some opening, but can he bring it? That's the main question, and looks like no is the answer, but somewhere else, Seal Soulless is going to bring down Gyante from the side of DRS, and DRS not looking so very good. They are on the periphery of the blue circle, and sooner or later the blue will start dishing out damage, but IHC are fighting relentlessly as Demo with a perfect grenade takes down Slipknot over there, but Mr. Smokey also brings down Demo to 10 HP over there. So this is now so very close. On the other side, DRS Gaming, they have been eliminated, but IHC and Leo, they are utilizing so many throwables and resources, but Mr. Smokey from the cheeky angle takes down one player from the side of IHC, gets an instant confirmation as well. Now IHC is only surviving as a one solo player. That is going to be Demo, who is down to 30 HP. He needs to patch himself up as soon as possible. But can he take down both the plus of Leo Esports? He'll get the confirmation onto one. That means it's a 1v1 situation now.
Absolutely, and that 1v1 also going to be going in one direction as Leo Esports, Mr. Smokey, going to be able to annihilate IHC. IHC get eliminated on that 9th position with 3 defeat points in their name. But Leo Esports themselves had a tough luck in terms of the conversion over there. And look at that, 4MV, T2K tried to make a push over there. So Yog getting eliminated on the backlines. It was T2K, Jane up top on that mountain. But sadly not going to be able to provide that cover because the push was just so unnecessary. As that takes place, Seal Esports also get eliminated with 4 eliminations of their own. Leo have had a really good game thus far with 7 eliminations going in their favor. For STE, a two-man squad. Down to a two-man squad, they have 6 eliminations of their own, but 4MV, the only team in the lobby with all 4 players surviving. I'm loving the positioning and the placement as well as the way 4MV have dictated their fights. In first week, it was all about annihilation. It was all about domination. In week 2, they strategized and actually changed the pace of the game, alternating it from one aggressive game to one passive game. And now as week 2 comes to an end, 4MV have gone to a passive front altogether itself. But now in the moments where it matters the most, they jump on ahead. But right now it's going to be NB Esports against the players of Leo as Leo's final player is left. But Mr. Smokey won't be able to do much on the other side of the game altogether itself. We've got Stalwart Esports getting eliminated thanks to 4MV. So now, of course, the entire game goes in favor of 4MV because of the fact that they are the ones who will be able to perhaps get a good game for themselves based on the numbers that are advantageous in their position. The zone is advantageous in their position. Let's find out though, can it be the case or can there be another team that can stop them? But right now it's going to be DEADEYES, Precious Sir, bringing in quite a lot of damage right there to T2K Rig. And that vehicle is going to get blown as T2K Rig will probably bid adieu to this lobby. Oh well, that's stolen. The kill got stolen from Doc right there from 4MV. 4MV, they do not shy away from chiming in as soon as they've got the information.
Well, certainly for MV, they are also looking so very strong. They have the numbers advantage, like you pointed out, but at the same time, DE, the circle has moved away from the plus of 4MV and now favoring the plus of DE right now. T2K, yes, they can engage in a fight with the plus of 4MV. That is going to be a blessing in disguise for the plus of Deadeyes, as they're trying their level best to move inside the circle. In the circle, we have the plus of I8, we have the plus of NB Esports, but they don't have the number. This is the moment when the circle rotation should start in, but Precious perfect grenade comes in, takes down Jane over there, leaving Sandesh all by himself. What can Sandesh do in the situation? Nothing. Pretty much nothing he can do, because at one side it is 4MV, other side it is DE, Deadeyes, and Sandesh is stuck in between. Oh my god, he's holding on to his dear life. For how long can he hold on to? That's the main question, because now is the moment. 3 seconds on the clock. D and 4MV, they ought to start their rotation inside the circle, and this is the moment Sandesh was waiting for. Slayer sir out in the open, but smoke, little bit of the smoke curve is going to save his life, as he was brought down to 20 HP by Sandesh. But Sandesh running for his dear life. Can he move inside the circle? At the same time, Deadeye guys, they have the vehicle. That means they are not going to have any problem in transitioning themselves inside the circle. On the other side, Sandesh, well, still at the mercy of the blue.
Absolutely, still at the mercy of the blue indeed. With that, 4 teams remaining. We've got 4MV looking pretty good with 3 players surviving. NB Esports with the momentum going in their favor, trying to dominate against the players of 4MV who are trying to make a rotation to get into the zone. Doc has been spotted out, and he probably might just be lost down to the cause as well, but a sliver of HP, and he will stand true and tall right now. Of course, he needs to get that first aid popped at the same point of time. Refuse has been spotted and will be blown to smithereens thanks to, of course, Mondo and his approach right here. And it seems like NB Esports, even though the numbers were not favoring them, the zone pushed on towards them and against the players of 4MV has resulted in NB Esports capitalizing on the momentous boost that they had. With 8 defeat points confirmed, they are still not stopping. With an 8 parade being dropped on against the players of 4MV, they are dropped down to just a 1-man army, and that's going to be East. Doc is down, Doc gets eliminated, make that 10 or maybe 9, I'm not sure, but nevertheless, NB Esports, they've got a high fragging game in their hands right now, and the only team that can stop them in their tracks is now going to be Deadeyes guys. Deadeyes guys, they still need to get revival on that third man, my apologies, and as they do, the 3-man army from Deadeyes guys could very well be the team that can stop NB Esports in their tracks, because 4MV, all the momentum that they had has now gone away from them.
Certainly, the momentum has been gone away. Deadeyes, well, if at this moment they engage in a fight with the plus of NB Esports, the last man from the side of 4MV can do a third party and maybe can turn the tables around and get this game in his pocket. But the chances are very slim. Yes, Deadeye guys, they have the numbers, they have the circle, they have the height advantage as well onto the plus of NB Esports. But look at the position of East Blotter. He has crawled his way towards the side of NB Esports and it's so close, but unfortunately he's having just a single smoke, no grenade, no molotov. Had he had some grenades in his hand, maybe he could have eliminated the entirety of NB Esports.
There could have been a possibility, but right now this is looking very, very tricky. For now, for Deadeyes guys, they've got a perfect control of that zone. Alongside that, it seems like NB Esports, Mondo, he is in a tricky position, as from one side it's going to be 4MV. Well, never mind 4MV's player as he gets eliminated. Now it's down to these 2 teams and these 2 players. Deadeyes guys know exactly where NB Esports are at, and same is the case vice versa as well. But the best part about Deadeyes guys is the fact that they've got the control of this high ground, and of course through the smoke they're going to be bringing in a lot of lead to the players of NB Esports. Akaze trying to run across, trying to spray across, but not going to be able to do much because he does not have a lot of information as to the 2 players. It's a 2v1 situation. Precious Sir has been spotted, but that's not going to be able to determine the chicken dinner, because the flank is going to be covered, and that in turn is going to be providing a perfect chicken dinner to the players of Deadeyes guys. Incredible turn of events where Deadeyes guys, they held on to that angle for a long time. They did not chime in till the moment was right, and once they did, they definitely pushed on to find themselves in the overall ranking at 12th position with 1286 damage. This is a perfect game for Deadeyes guys, and do not forget, this is a bonus game. That means more points to be awarded to them.
Well, DEADEYES, the first weekending match they play in the week number 2, they get a beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves daughter. And not just DEADEYES, NB Esports, they were also playing Vikendi for the first time and they showcased a very good performance. So Vikendi was all chaotic, contrary to the previous one in the previous week.
Absolutely, and that was needed as well. We needed to see a different team, take on that chance and bring in the points for themselves, and that is what the team of DEADEYES have done today. And of course, along with that, huge props need to be awarded to NB Esports, right? The way that they were able to dominate against the rotating team of 4MV, NB Esports were just a two-man strong army. But the army is the critical word right here because of the way they were able to understand where 4MV were, the smokes that 4MV had deployed to get into the zone or closer to the zone. NB Esports were already ready. Mondo along with his teammate, I mean, the precise controlled spray coming in from them was the reason why, of course, the team of 4MV got obliterated right there. And along with that, we've got, of course, Mondo's teammate, Akaze comes in right here, and that's going to be NB Esports' Akaze, who's got the MVP with 5 eliminations, 1,045 damage done, along with 599 healing as well. So a chaotic Vikendi for Akaze.
Well, definitely it was chaotic. Even in the end, few moments, NB Esports, they had their patience, and it was Akaze that the initial fight NB Esports were engaged in. Akaze was the guy who was bringing the initial openings. 5 elimination, 1,045 damage done, 599 healings done. NB Esports, they played the game perfectly. In the start of the game, they went for the aggressive side. And when the circle was in their favor, they just waited patiently inside the circle. And when last 3 teams were remaining, they started picking up the fight and eliminated remaining teams, especially the plus of DEADEYE guys.
Indeed, as we move ahead, we've got the top players on our screens right now. Where, of course, we've got Mr. Smokey from Leo Esports, another incredible player with 6 elimination points, 886 damage dished out. Incredible controlled play from Leo Esports from this game as well. But moving ahead, of course, is going to be Mondo from NB Esports, as Akaze and Mondo were the 2 players who were left.
Certainly, in the match summary, then we have Mr. Smokey with the highest elimination, Akaze with the highest damage, Precious Sir from DEADEYES with highest assist, and Akaze again with the highest healings done. Overall, in the match summary, also we can see the plus of NB Esports leading the chart. Yes, Mr. Smokey delivered a very good performance from the side of Leo Esports, but that was not enough because the circle was not in their favor. On the other side, DEADEYE guys were also a fantastic performance from their side as well. But in the match ranking, we have DEADEYES on the top with 16 points and NB Esports sitting on the second with 15 points.
Indeed, as we move down south from that position, we've got Leo Esports on the third with 9 points to their name. Then comes in 4MV on the fourth with 8 points and only 3 eliminations. An interesting stats being created right here against the players of 4 Miracle Vibes and the kind of play style that they have right now on the map of Vikendi. But moving down south from there, we've got Stalwart Esports with 6 eliminations of their own, so decent outing for STE. And then comes in T2K as well with 7 of their own in total. Boiling it down to the final 4, we've got A+C Esports, DRS Gaming, Raw Officials, and DRS Gaming. DRS Gaming, sadly though, not even getting a single point for themselves. Tough luck right here on Vikendi. But at the same time, they are going to be awarded some points because they at least were able to participate on the Vikendi map.
Well, certainly they are going to get bonus points. On the other side, any point that you get, Raw Officials having a single point, Skylar Gaming having 2 points, these points are an upper advantage to you guys who are as compared to the teams who are not playing this particular weekend. In the overall ranking, we have 4MV on the top with 202 points, Stalwart Esports sitting on the second with 191 points. T2K this week, they were fantastic. The consistency was missing on the last day, but still T2K remaining 4 days, entirely their day. 165 points to their name. IH Crew hat-trick in this particular week, sitting on the 4th spot with 160 points. IHC on the 5th with 155 points.
Absolutely. As you move on to the second page, we've got Seal Esports right here with 1 chicken dinner, 108 points in total, sitting on the 11th position. But moving away from there, look at the Raw Officials team on the 12th position. What a wonderful day for them right here as they find themselves on the 12th. And I just hope that this is the kind of journey that they're able to have in week 3 as well and find themselves in the top 16, because after all, that is what week 3 is going to be focused on towards. But all of that will be brought on down once we start week 3. But right now, ASL Week 2 not having a good one, with only 62 points in total, sitting on the 19th position. Sitam Esports on the 17th position with 79 points as well. High Voltage with 16th position and 86 points. Yeah, these are teams and names that we did not anticipate to be so far low below on this second page of the leaderboard. But that's what week 2 had in store for PMPL South Asia right here in the spring season of 2023. We still have one more week remaining of the league play, which implies that league week, which is going to be starting day after tomorrow, there is going to be a huge chance that, those third parties are going to probably convert into drop contestations, which are also going to convert into probably stalemate situations. Eventually, what I'm talking about is exciting, energetic fights from one map to the other.
That is certainly going to be there, because that is the last week and the last chance for the teams who are sitting at the bottom of the overall ranking to qualify for the grand finals. But looking at the bonus ranking for MV, they have got 20 points in week number 1 and week number 2. Consistency coming in. And if you guys are wondering why 4MV are getting 20 points in week number 2, they didn't get the chicken dinner in the map of Vikendi. Well, the bonus points are awarded based on the overall ranking of week number 2, where 4MV are in top. Stalwart Esports, again, 19 points both weeks. IHC also 16 points both weeks. Consistency coming in from their side. DRS Gaming in week number 2, they're getting 13 points, sitting on the 4th with total of 31 points.
Absolutely, and that is what we've got for these teams. Leo Esports, T2K, Scarlets Gaming, High Voltage, as we push on to second page. Now, this is where, of course, Bad Intentions end up getting another point for themselves. Bonus point definitely helps them out, but the difference is so stark that these 2 points also don't really help them to the cause. But it's free points, so why not? Why not, of course, take them? But at the same time, when it comes to Seal Esports and the play that they've had, it's been ups and downs for them. But overall, again, finding themselves on the 12th position is going to be A-okay. But with that, bonus points done. Let's find out what big change are we looking at in the league standings and the league storyboard, where we've got 9 chicken dinners in favor of 4MV, 5 in favor of IHC, but they find themselves on the 4th. But look at that. I mean, this is 59-point difference coming in between 4MV against Stalwart Esports. Yeesh, okay. This is just brutal play. And then from Stalwart to DRS, unbelievable. 100-point difference, almost 100-point difference. 9-9 to be precise over there as well.
Certainly, that is a quiet lead which 4MV is having in the overall ranking. They are already making a statement for the grand finals. Definitely these teams are going to go up against each other in the grand finals. No one is stopping them, but only top 16 teams are moving. And Raw officials, Sitam Esports, Elementrix, Bad Intention, they are still in the danger zone. Yes, Raw officials have started climbing the ladder, but that is not enough. They need more points in week number 3. But in the elimination leaders, East is still leading the chart with 91 points, 91 elimination. Doc at the second with 79 elimination. East is having his own run for the MVP. I'm telling you, Blotter.
Exactly.
Then we have Tops with 77 elimination. Is there any competition? You think in just 1 week, can anyone cross over 91 points and beat East in the race of MVP?
Well, this is looking highly unlikely, actually. If at all anything, he's just going to be able to, if at all a team gets closer and closer to that 91 elimination marker, he's just going to be able to rack up those numbers to 150 for all you know, because he's got 5 days of PMPL South Asia still remaining in his hand. And of course, every single day the team is going to be playing 4 games. So yeah, huge amount of opportunity to East, and it seems like he's definitely getting the MVP. But hey, I do not want to say anything. I'm not jinxing anything. I just am predicting and seeing what I'm looking at as far as the stats are concerned. But that is what the day was like and what it had in store for us. At the same point of time, of course, when it comes to week number 2, we reached the end of week number 2 right now. That implies that right now it is time for us to, of course, talk about what to anticipate from week number 3. Do you think that 4MV will still continue with this sort of a momentous boost? Or perhaps there is still a little bit of a chance, an iffy-bitty chance, for any other team to be able to move on against them?
In the overall ranking, 4MV, they are still going to be on the top. No second thought. But in week 3 ranking, maybe some other team can try and dominate and top lower 4 MV, but maximum 4 MV can come down to second position. Nothing below that, because I expect 4 MV, they are again going to have a very consistent run. At the same time, Stalwart Esports, but I'm having very high hope from the side of T2K in the coming week.
Indeed, same here for all the teams. I mean, DEADEYES guys and so many other teams that, of course, in week 2 were able to bring up their performance. Raw Officials being one of them.
Yeah.
ASL went down. I mean, you talk about ASL on their overall storyboard. We saw them sitting at 3 chicken dinners, but on the second page, and that too at the latter half of the leaderboard, not looking too good. But hey, hopefully all of that will change as we move into week number 3. But right now, our day comes to an end. Our week, rather PMPL South Asia right here, does come to an end. Thank you all so very much for tuning in. Of course, I've been Blogger, your caster, along with Shadow, as we went through this entire saga. We will continue on Tuesday onwards once again before we jump into the grand finals. But until then, take care, stay awesome, bye-bye.